that because of the Malala Buckaroo going on the 4th tomorrow, we have a big role in that.
She is on her way to the Malala Buckaroo.
And then you know what happens after that? The Waterfront Blues Festival. We have a big role in that. She says that she's working 7 days straight over this stretch.
Well,
so
I'm sorry, the three of us and her, but no one else.
That's right.
Because everyone else is on the damn road right now. No commerce is being done right now. There is no business being conducted. Everyone currently is sitting on I-5.
Hopefully,
and I hate you all.
if you are in your car, you're already outside of the Portland metro area.
It's just
about as good as we can do.
Giant parking lot. And like when you're the interchange there between like 14 and I-5, they now have 3 lights to get on the freeway, 1 car per green. Can I just say to every jackass out there, like, I love how you're the one that doesn't have to follow the line. Like, you realize when you do that, all you do is F everyone up. It took me 25 minutes to go maybe 3/4 of a mile today, and I can just sit there as you're going up on the on-ramp that kind of curls around. I can just see every dumbass down there screwing it up. Here's the other one. When you're 200 feet away from the light, don't change lanes. Like, what? In what world is that responsible?
Nothing upsets, well, I shouldn't say nothing. There are so many things that upset me on the road. One of the things that is very high on that list is when someone makes it a really big deal to get into another place that's going to disrupt everyone else for not very much gain at all. Like, people don't realize there's no real upside to you doing that there, and it screws with everyone behind you.
And it's weird. I don't know if Will has this one. Do you go over do you go 14 to I-5 to come over?
I don't, but I know exactly what you're talking about, which is why I don't go over there.
And it's like it's only 2 lanes the entire way, right? 2 lanes off the freeway, 2 lanes on the ramp, and then as you come around, like a magical 3rd lane just appears. And it's only until the very end, like a couple 100 feet, does the 3rd lane. And I'll tell you, like, the number of people that just straddle the line and won't pick a lane, it's the worst constructed on-ramp I've ever seen. And it is an absolute S show.
Is it newer or older?
It's fairly new.
They're always doing something to it, too.
They're always doing
There's
something, but
construction.
It's just so bad. If I had the power to decide who lived and died, 30 people would be dead right now because of that on-ramp. And I just watched, because like I always do the phone, like the time you're going to get here, right? And I knew today was going to be spotty traffic. So I looked at it and it gave me 42 minutes. And I was like, that's not too bad, right? 20-minute delay, no big deal. And I sat there and the same thing, I try to budget like an extra 10 minutes, right? So I left at least 45 minutes sooner than I normally do today, or than I would normal, right? And when I watch, I don't know what is with the GPS, was like Waze or whatever not calculating the absolute ass baggery of the on-ramp? Because I watched my arrival time go from 2:37, right, to 2:42, to 2:48, to 2:52, then 2:58. And at that point I sent the text, boys, this might be coming in hot. And then once I got past that, then you're good. Then it wasn't that bad. But it's just, there's just some people that and I know that's like the universal bitch and moan complaint, but is it just
someone ruining it for everybody else?
Well, there's just there's big signs that say 1 light or 1 car per green light. And when the 1 turns green and 6 people just gun it and try to go through, and it's
already red by the time the first person's even gone again.
Yes, and then
they flip that thing fast.
And then the next lane over tries to go, but they can't because you are the 4th one trying to jam through. All it does is screw us all over.
Yep.
And I want you to die. You know who you are, Maroon Subaru, especially you. If I had the power, and I hope you're a listener.
Oh no!
If you're the Maroon Subaru, I want you dead. I would. If I could just wish you away. Like Thanos style, you would be gone. The roads would be a better place without you, Maroon Subaru.
The driving in this area is absolutely horrific. And I didn't realize it, and I always thought it was overblown until having to drive in here for work at all different hours of the day. Mm-hmm. Portland drivers, Southwest Washington drivers, horrific.
It's not great. It's not great.
Yeah, it's a little rough today, so I'm a little I was a little frazzled there. Like I was trying my best. I was trying to like put on like calm music, I don't know if anyone else does that because I was listening to the fan coming in and like I could feel my rage. I got one bad vein like in my side of my bald head that I can tell when I get angry. Like
Your Harry Potter vein?
yeah, it starts to like. So I was like, well, time to. Can't listen to Danny and Dusty anymore. We're gonna try to like soothe this out. I'm like searching my phone. Like, what's the most mellow thing I have? And some like Mark Knopfler on.
Where's my Kenny G?
I just need to take it down a notch.
Well, hello there.
Yeah, I need Matthew McConaughey or Sam Elliott telling me all the different beef cuts that I can eat tomorrow on the 4th of July. Some beef bourguignon.
So I do want to know, when you came in the building today, did you come in the back/side or did you come in the front door?
Came in the front door.
Did you smell anything?
Yeah, it smells like ass.
Dude!
I don't know what that is.
I have company grievances today, and it's not an Odyssey grievance. It is a building grievance. My God.
I don't know what there's something because every now and then it happens in the bathroom. Like I think there's some sort of sewer backup, and I know they are doing some construction, like in the side, like kind of like the little area attached to our office. So I don't know if there's some sort of sewer thing happening, but yeah,
Beef bourguignon.
yeah. See, I just need that like playing over and over to calm me down. Sam Elliott will chill me out. But yeah, when you walk in, it smells like someone took like a dirty diaper full of Indian food and just threw it around the building.
I told Tara when I walked in, I thought it smelled like someone had taken a dump in the corner and had left like a stale beer from a party for a week. It smells like a frat house basement or something. It is so heinous, and I know there's construction going on here. I don't get why it smells that bad or like that.
I don't know either, but it's quite alarming. I had one of those the other day. I came into the house. It was me and a buddy. We came walking into my house, and I had that same thing. I was like, oh my God, like I was embarrassed. Like we walked into the house, and I wanted to turn and be like, dude, it normally doesn't smell like this. I didn't know what had happened, and it turns out that they were just cooking kimchi. And so it turns out who
fermented
farted.
cabbage.
Yeah, my kitchen farted.
Nice.
Every now and then, my family goes super Asian.
Yeah.
And they just stink up the whole house.
There's certain ingredients that when you use them, especially in Asian cooking, they smell a way that they don't actually taste, like certain fish sauces and things like, and fermented like beans and stuff like
you had that one, everyone had that Asian friend growing up and you would just walk into their house and it just, there was that, you're like, oh yeah, that, like they just smelled like that all the time just because they just been around that cooking. And like, yeah, I turned to my buddy and I was like, yeah, it's not like this normally. And then we were like, you're eating that? And they're like, yep. They're like, it's delicious. They're just eating some fermented stinky cabbage. My mom would, when I was growing up, my mom made, being Swedish, she would always make like, same thing. She would make fermented fish. And it's just, you ever want to smell something bad?
Oh boy.
Just get around a chubby Swedish lady.
Like a pickled herring?
Yeah, doing like a pickled herring, and then like they're doing some sort of like cauliflower, and then like some parsnips or whatever, and they just ferment it, and it's I don't know how they eat it. Like you can say they're like, oh yeah, they know it smells bad, but it tastes great. How something so stinky can be tasty?
Yeah, actually be appetizing. It's crazy.
Should it worry me that I didn't smell anything?
Maybe.
That's probably not the best. Don't you live with a couple bros?
Well, right now I'm at my parents' house. I live with a bro. Sometimes I can tell when he's had a long work day because he's a blue collar guy. Yeah. I can tell when he's had a long day. That's when the Febreze gets cranked out.
I'm just saying, like, if you walked in and you didn't immediately smell ass, it might say something about your living conditions or possibly your Saturday nights, but that should probably be an alarm if you didn't immediately smell that when you walked in the building.
But in my house, in my apartment, I have strategically placed those little Febreze scent things.
Those little Airwick
they
type
are
deals,
in every room. And like you've been in my car before.
Yeah,
there is an air freshener in my car. Yeah. I do not want to be the big smelly guy. That is my big fear in life, is being the big smelly guy.
I'm around Will like at the gym, and Will's not there was some guy today at the gym. We were both working out.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
There was a guy today.
I hate that guy.
I don't know what that dude had going on, but like anytime you walked near him,
blue tank.
Whoo, doggy.
Beef with broccoli.
Dude, that guy had beef with broccoli in his pants. I don't know what he had going on. There was
burritos.
An odor happening from that bro that just, I would say it casts like a good 15-foot radius. Yeah,
he will walk around and he makes sure you know that he's been lifting, and
dude, that guy
he's been lifting hard.
That guy
Sizzling
has a
beef.
musk. But yeah, Will's not like that. But if you didn't,
It worries me a little bit.
It should worry you a little bit because I'm always fearful of that because it's not so bad anymore because I just have the one dog. But for most of my life, I had 2 or 3 dogs, and that was always my fear is that you become smelly doghouse.
Yeah.
Because you will become used to smells. I mean, already the Asian smell still like every now and then that will it'll sneak up on me.
Mongolian beef.
We cook so much Asian food that sometimes I'm immune to it.
Yeah.
And you got to be careful. Dude, you can get used to a lot of weird smells.
So, second office grievance today. Do you know what I'm holding in my hand here? You know what that is?
Yeah, you get the energy drink that we've had. We've had free energy drinks for like, I don't know, an entire year.
Yeah, this is the second to last one.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Like, done.
Yeah.
Like a week ago, we had 15 cases, and now there probably is a better explanation for this than the smell in the lobby. Maybe we've taken them somewhere, maybe we donated them, but I was drinking these most days, and now there are no more.
Yeah, I want to like
Or did the Suk family steal them? Because I know that happens too.
Well, like a year ago, someone did a national ad for the Celsius energy drinks, and they dropped off like a pallet of them.
Yeah, we had endless supply.
Literally probably 1,000 cases of it. So like, you know, I guess 500 because they came in like 2 cases to a thing. And yeah, I think they've been whittled away. I think what happened too is when people realized that we were getting down, I think people started hoarding them. I've seen people leaving with 2 or 3. I think people saw that we were whittling down, and it was like, hey, I'm getting mine while I still can.
So what you're telling me is that my energy drink theft was walking so everyone else could run?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what happened.
I'll tell you what, in the winter though,
beef ragu.
when you're doing pilot games all by yourself, maybe a case or 2 found their way into the back of a Toyota
See?
Camry.
Yeah, but like last week there were like 16 cases.
Yeah,
See,
when I
Buck,
was doing it,
this is your fault though. Once you, I'm not saying I
it was
did
to
this
the
either.
ceiling.
Once you realized that we were getting down to a limited number, you should have started to procure a couple for yourself. I know at least 2 or 3 people that were like, hey, we're running low. I'm grabbing one of these while I still can. You did that. That horse came running by. You got to sit your ass down on it, Buck. You snooze, you lose, my man.
Irish beef stew.
Yeah, I guess so.
Maybe if you play your cards right, maybe someone might be able to procure one of those cases that went missing for you.
I want to go back to something that we discussed briefly on Monday. Do you remember the hat that Will was wearing?
Yeah, the Hooters hat.
That's right.
Will
today
went backwards Hooters cap.
Today we have the sad end of an all-time American partnership. Hooters no longer a sponsor for Hendrick Motorsports in NASCAR because they can't pay their bills, but they're giving Ortner free hats.
Really? Hooters has fallen on such hard times they can't
sponsor NASCAR
As
anymore.
someone who went to the old Hooters hotel, that does not shock me.
Wow.
They are giving Will free merch and they can't pay their racing team.
A once great institution was really struggling in Vegas, I'll tell you what.
Well,
And on 4th of July weekend, no less. It's a damn shame.
You think there's one guy still holding all his Hooters stock that's like they're going to make a comeback? It's like the guy
Were
that's
they a
holding
publicly traded company?
I would assume so. I
Yeah,
don't
or maybe
know.
they had like a parent umbrella company.
Well, either way, I'm pretty sure that, Hooters is about to go the way of Kmart. At one point, Hooters was a mighty empire, and then no more. But then again, so was Blockbuster Video.
Is the restaurant dead?
Privately owned, can't buy it.
Is it Hooters is?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think anyone's buying that, dude.
That business model doesn't exactly jive anymore.
I don't know if the restaurant is dead. I think the crappy chain. I think what is it like the there's a kilt one. Was it the tilted?
The Tilted Kilt is
Tilted
one,
Kilt.
and then there's another one that I
Twin
think is in like the
Peaks.
Southwest.
Yeah,
Yeah, Twin
Twin
Peaks.
Peaks.
But like coffee's doing okay, I think. I
Well-
see them all over.
Well, I think that's the thing is I think we've moved on now to like the bikini barista, and I think we moved
Yeah.
on to like local restaurants.
Uh-huh.
I don't think the national chain is
Local restaurants.
Yeah, I'm sure like because I know there's one down in like Arizona that's like the Heart Attack Cafe, and they have a bunch of ample women like in nurse outfits, and
Interesting.
there's things
That's
like
a business model.
yeah, there's things like that. But yeah, I gotta believe that we're to the point where the restaurant is kind of run its course. I think that has shifted to OnlyFans and the bikini barista.
The internet killed it like Playboy.
Yeah.
The internet killed Hooters.
Look, when you were a kid, if you were like a dumbass dad and you're or like a 13 or 14-year-old kid, Hooters was probably like one of your first introductions to hey,
Right over here.
check this out.
It was great.
I was a kid who went to youth group and so I think
Mhm.
I was 13 or 14 and I was still in middle school. We were going to San Francisco Giants spring training in Arizona, and Arizona had a bunch of them, and we went to the Hooters in Tempe with, like, me and my buddy and, like, our dads and our moms. Everybody went. The moms were like, yeah, boys being boys. They want to see some boobs.
Yeah, I think now, like, when you're when you're 12, dude, you've already like gotten over like a coke habit, and like you already have like 7 of your favorite porn stars.
Your
And
12 is different than mine.
yeah, it's a different. The kids today, they're just not impressed.
Spicy braised beef.
They're not impressed by spicy braised beef. They've seen Mongolian beef. It's just there's too much going on. So I just think you probably have some one-offs. Like someone said, there's a bikini restaurant in Texas. Again, I'm sure those things still exist, and the pervs now can go to the bikini barista and, pay $20 for a coffee and, stare at something. But yeah, I think the chain restaurant, the breast to table, so to speak, I think it's fallen on hard times. Although maybe there'll be a resurgence. I don't know. Maybe is there a market for that in Portland?
Well, records are coming back. Why can't Up Tops?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you on this, Will. I've been to many a Hooters before. No shame in that. And although Zook has reminded us it's a depressing place to be on New Year's Eve, overall, I'm still okay with it.
It is. That's the most depressing place I've ever been. I can never recall, or I won't ever see something so sad as a 7:30 to 8:30 shift at the Portland Hooters on on New Year's Eve. That was the saddest group of individuals I've ever seen in my entire life. And then I think like 6 months later, it shut down. I think
Sounds
the
about
county
right.
came and shut it down. I think it was like a suicide watch sort of thing.
Oh, God.
I think they just came in and was like, dude,
Everyone here hates their lives. It's a detriment to people's health. We
for
gotta
public
shut it
safety,
down.
we can't have this anymore. We're just
People spend any more time here, they're just going to decide it's all over.
yes.
Well, on today's show, we'll do plenty of goofing around to try to lift your spirits, but we will get into some nitty-gritty football stuff, as there's not a lot on the sports calendar. We've got Sook's NFL storylines heading into the season. That'll include which direction the Seahawks will trend in year 1 of Mike Macdonald, the Harbaugh-Herbert marriage, and quarterbacks with something to prove. Also, we've got some notes on Beast Mode's opinion on the most recent Supreme Court ruling. And in the news, we'll talk a local plane crash and a local bank robbery. In the club, the U.S. military and slot machines. Are they trying to bankrupt our own veterans?
Right.
That is all coming up
Grilled steaks balsamico.
today on Primetime, 1080 The Fan.
The afternoon round of the 10.
Those never get old.
No,
Sam Elliott
they-
never
they
gets
don't.
old.
I just need those like when I'm having a bad traffic day.
Chateaubriand,
I just need to play those. That's
beef
way better
brisket,
than anything else I have on my Spotify.
I think this is my favorite.
Catalonian beef ragu,
Clark
even know what that
College's
is.
finest.
Yeah, he went to David Douglas High School, I believe.
Yeah, and then I think he got his bachelor's from Oregon. I think that's how it all wraps around. I've done the Wikipedia search. It's like once a year at this point.
Yeah, Sam Elliott's like one of those like urban legends. Everyone's like, "Oh, I've seen him, and he lives here, and he lives there," and I don't believe it.
And then no one has any real information or
Sam
anything
Elliott
tangible.
loves Burgerville. You're like, I don't know.
Does
All
he?
right, no, go Sam Elliott. I do love Sam Elliott, but you know.
We can agree on that. It is time for our AAA Heating and Cooling poll question, brought to you, of course, by AAA Heating and Cooling, a family business helping families for over 60 years. You can visit them at AAAIAQ.com. And in today's poll question, it's going to be a bit of a jumping off point for Sook's storylines going into the season. There's a lot that we haven't discussed, a lot of ambition and a lot of different teams and different players with great storylines going in. And so I tried to pick 4 of the top ones to ask what you, the listener, are most looking forward to going into the season, your choices, and there are many others, so feel free to comment on the text line if you have something else that you want to talk about, that you want to know about, or that you're just interested in seeing. But I've got Chiefs going for the first ever three-peat. I've got the first year of the Seahawks' new regime under Mike McDonald, the first year of the Harbaugh-Herbert marriage in Los Angeles, and Aaron Rodgers' return to the Jets, or his first real season with the Jets.
Yeah.
And I know that for you find all of them compelling.
I do. Like I always try to do this around this time of the year when we kind of reach the dead point. Is like my I think there's always like 8 to 10 interesting storylines, and there's a lot of them out there that. But the one that is most fascinating to me is the Chiefs.
I think so too.
Like,
and
no one has ever three-peated.
I kind of didn't. I guess I knew that in my head. Wasn't really putting together that they're going to try to do something historic this year.
And Vegas is saying that the Chiefs are the odds-on favorite. And, you know, at this point, I'm not betting against Kansas City. Kansas City won a Super Bowl 2 years ago with an offense that really was kind of a little dodgy. It changed a little bit. And a very young defense. And then last year, everything kind of rounded into form. And it feels like Kansas City is getting better. Feels like a lot of those young defensive guys have grown up. It feels like the offense, the year 2 of no Tyreek Hill and kind of year 2 of Mahomes changing. They're not really a deep passing team anymore.
They've had to reinvent themselves almost as a running team.
Yes, and they revamped their O-line, and it just nothing seems to kind of slow them down. And there's a lot of good teams in the NFL, but, you know, if I'm sitting there and saying in a one-game vacuum, who's better than Kansas City? I'm not picking anyone against them. So the question becomes, can you do it again with health? You know, can Kelce push the sun up into the sky one more time? You know, does complacency kind of take over? But I just think Kansas City tried to do something that no team has done. Think about all the great dynasties we've seen in the NFL, and we've never seen a three-peat.
Yeah,
and
as far
I think
as
it's absolutely possible that Kansas City does it.
As far as who Vegas thinks could be the challengers, you've got Kansas City at just a little over 4-1 odds. You've got San Francisco plus 650, the Ravens nearly 10-1 at plus 950, and then this is a little bit surprising, and maybe we'll get into this later, but the Texans, the fourth favorite team to win the whole freaking thing after their win total, I think it was 3.5 last year.
Yeah, and they came bouncing back, and again, that's a very young, exciting team. We'll see what happens when you're not sneaking up on anyone, and you know, is there regression with their young stud quarterback who had a record-breaking year. The other one for me that, and it's on my list, but it didn't make the poll question when they have 4 options, is San Francisco.
Sure.
Like, when you look historically at teams that lose the Super Bowl, they don't come back. They don't. I mean, and by the way, another one on my list is Philadelphia.
Yeah, we'll talk about both of those a little bit later for sure.
Yeah, Philadelphia 2 years ago was on the doorstep. Like, easily could have won a Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts had a phenomenal Super Bowl, and if their defense just shows up at all, I mean, in any shape or form, they win that Super Bowl. But they lose, and then they come back and they start the year, 9-0, 10-0 last year? And then just fell off a absolute cliff.
They were as dominant as anybody, and then they were as dodgy as anybody going into the playoffs.
They were terrible. And fired your both coordinators, right?
Yep.
Complete revamp of the system.
Your new hot coach is suddenly being talked about as a hot seat coach who's not going to be back.
So that's a really interesting one because that's usually what happens when teams lose Super Bowls, right? You think about all the teams that made it to a Super Bowl that didn't win, whether it's Cam Newton's Panthers or, the Atlanta Falcons and Matt Ryan. When you lose a Super Bowl, you normally don't get another bite at the apple. San Francisco has now lost a couple. Like, they've been on the doorstep.
Yep.
Right? And they keep getting another bite, and you kind of wonder
how many more runs does this team or this group have?
Yeah, because we keep saying, like, San Francisco is eventually going to get there. They're too talented. The best roster in the NFL is probably the San Francisco 49ers. But now you're getting into the, can Debo stay healthy? Is Kittle over the hill with his injuries? Is Ayuk, unhappy?
Well, are you even going to have both of those receivers? Are they going to move one of them?
After this year, you're going to have to pay Brock Purdy. And once you pay Brock, then all of a sudden some of that other stuff goes away.
And your defense started to struggle at the end of the season. You saw the cracks against Green Bay in the playoffs, against Detroit in the playoffs. You were lucky to get out of those games.
And they shouldn't have beat Detroit. They really shouldn't have. So, again, this is another one that I find very interesting is, does San Francisco finally get over the hump? Or is this kind of, you had your shot at it, and now we're moving on to maybe a Lions team, or, maybe there's someone else, that comes up in the NFC. Maybe this is the Packers run, or maybe Seattle gets over the hump with a new coach. So I just think there's a lot of very interesting storylines in the NFL, but my number one would be, can Patrick Mahomes, who seems like the only guy that the idea that someone could become greater than Tom Brady is foolish. And I've even said that about Patrick Mahomes, but the trajectory he's on is pretty special. And if that son of a gun goes and wins 3 in a row and gets 4, at this point, he's been in the league, 6 years, 7 years?
Yeah.
Couple
MVPs, 3 Super Bowls.
That alone, just the idea that someone has the audacity to think a team can do that in modern football is, to me, the number one most interesting storyline.
Well, we will be starting there because I also happen to think, outside of my own personal rooting interest in the 49ers, that is the most fascinating thing going in. Can Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes run it back? We'll get into the details of that coming up next. But first,
barbecued beef ribs.
Ortner has SportsCenter. All about his gym beef
Roast beef.
over the commercial break.
Ortner has a gym beef with someone that he's never spoken to, but may or may not be fighting this man.
Wants to kill him.
Despise
Beef
this
jerky.
guy. He's everything
Beef
that I hate
tacos.
about Gym Bros.
It is true. If you go to a gym long enough, if you go to one gym, and by the way, no words will be spoken. You will end up with gym allies and gym nemesis,
Yes.
and you'll never speak a word to either one of them. They're just dudes that you will see on a regular basis, and there's some sort of mutual like head nod. You're like, oh yeah, that guy's cool, even though you've never spoken to him. And then there's other people that you've never spoken a word to that you want to kill. And Will, and I know who Will speaks of, and Will may one day fight this man, and it will be fantastic because he really is.
I'm not wrong, right?
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
You're not wrong in your hatred of Blue Tank Top. You are not.
He
wrong.
is everything that Rob thinks I am.
Yes.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
Rob hates gyms more than maybe. Like, I'm surprised he doesn't come out and put gyms in his loud muffler category. Turning planes around, loud mufflers, and gyms.
Yeah, baby.
Rob thinks going to a gym is the douchiest thing in the history of mankind, which is fascinating. But yes, this blue tank top at our gym is everything that Rob would loathe about gyms.
Well, let's move back over to the world of the NFL. We'll continue with the gym beef throughout the show. But the Kansas City Chiefs, chasing their third straight Super Bowl, need to remind everyone that's never happened in Super Bowl history and NFL history.
Oh.
And the Chiefs are going to try to run it back with arguably the best quarterback-coach combo in the league. What's stopping them?
It's not argument.
With what is the best coach combo
there
in the
is
league?
no argument, and honestly, at this point, look, it's becoming historic. I mean, you look at coach quarterback combos that have won 3 Super Bowls, right? You've got Bill and Tom; they won 6. You got Pittsburgh that won 4. Although with Bradshaw, I don't know. Like, Bradshaw's a very unique character in that no one gives him any credit, which is a shame. You won 4 Super Bowls, give him his credit, but you kind of know who's responsible for those. Aikman didn't win 3 with Jimmy. Aikman won 2, and then he won 1 with Barry Switzer. So you take that out. I mean, so Shanahan and Elway, they won 2. I mean, you are in
Rarefied air already.
beyond rarefied air. I mean, the idea that you've just won 3 Super Bowls, you're already in rarefied air.
Mhm.
And the fact that you've done it with the same coach and the same quarterback, and by the way, you've done it in a very, very short period of time, you've already stamped your name in the record books, because Montana won 3 with
Walsh,
right? And was the last one that Montana won, was that with, well, I know Steve Young's was with Seifert.
That's right.
I don't know if Montana's last one was with Walsh or not.
I don't recall. I
I'd
was
have
too
to go
young,
back
or I
and-
was not born. One of the two.
I would have to go back and look that up, because that would be the other one that would be there. So I mean, you're already talking about a top 2 or 3 coach quarterback combo of all time, and they've been together for what, like 5-6 years?
6 years, yeah.
I mean, that's
Right. That is that it? They've done 3 and 6, right? Is that
yeah.
correct?
So Walsh he won 3 Super Bowls. So yeah, Walsh won 3 with Montana, and then Seifert won 1 with Joe,
Mhm.
and then would have won 1 with
Steve.
with Steve. So as far as I know, and again, maybe I'm just my heads up my arse. Although you got Lombardi and Starr, but that wasn't
Sure, different era.
different era, and Super Bowls versus championships. But is that it? You got Walsh, you've got Bill and Tom, and you've got Lombardi and Starr, and then Andy and Pat Mahomes. I don't think there's anyone else, right?
I don't know that you're missing anybody. I think that's it. At least off the top of my head. I'm now scanning the list trying to see if we did miss one, but I don't think so. I think that's it.
Yeah, I believe that's it. So, I mean, and if they do this and they win 3 in a row, something that no one has done, the only one that you're really going to have an argument against is Tom, because, well, you got 6. That's something special.
P1 Costa's in. He says, "Man, I'm a Chiefs fan, and I don't think they can do it. But I've said the last 3 years. It's tough even to go back to the AFC Championship game. After last year, I'm just enjoying the ride. Hopefully they get more. But, man, I'm lucky to be a fan after the decade of crap QBs before Smith and Mahomes came along."
Yeah,
And
I would agree. The last 2 years, I did not believe in the Kansas City Chiefs either season. I looked at them and was like,
Well, they put it on tape that they gave you good reason not to believe in them. It was one of those things, I feel like it often ends up being such a cliche in sports, the peaking at the right time, but they seem to, especially this last season, seem to get it rolling right when they had to.
yeah,
And they didn't give you much before that to indicate,
No.
yeah, we've got the goods to run this back, to do this again.
and especially the one 2 years ago, that just wasn't a great team in my opinion. It just wasn't. And
No.
then, I sat there and I was like, that defense won them a Super Bowl. And then the last year, I bet against them against Baltimore. I didn't believe that. I thought San Francisco was going to get them. And they have reached that point to me that bet against Kansas City, bet against Andy Reid, and bet against Patrick Mahomes at your own demise.
Yep.
So, again, odds are the fact that it's never been done before, they're not going to do it. Because, again, you have to stay healthy. Kelce towards, the middle of the year last year did not look like
Started
the same.
disappearing.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden come playoffs, I don't know what the hell he got on. He got on some Taylor Swift. But that guy had a rocket up his ass and seemed to figure it out. But I was like, that receiving core, and yet there they are with another championship. So, the coaches to win three Super Bowls: Andy Reid, Bill Belichick, Chuck Noll, Joe Gibbs, but he won them with different quarterbacks,
Different QBs, yeah.
and Bill Walsh. So yes, Andy Reid and Mahomes have already done something that only 3 other coaches in the history of the NFL have done.
And I'll ask
and
this-
are now attempting something that no one's ever done.
I'll ask this to both of you. So what is the biggest threat to the Chiefs? Is it their own deterioration and just how hard it is to keep both the enthusiasm and the talent all in the building? Or is it other people catching up in either being able to stop what they do or just getting closer personnel-wise to them?
I would go with 2. One is the hangover. Those are long years. I had a buddy of mine that won a Super Bowl with Pittsburgh. Brett Kiesel was a D-lineman.
Great beard.
Great beard. Dude puts mine to absolute shame. I got a solid beard. Dude, this is amateur.
And that's a hard thing to do, put your beard to shame.
Yeah.
His was epic.
Oh, dude, Brett Kiesel could grow my beard.
He could barely wear a chin strap.
He could grow my beard in a weekend. I think if he really applied himself, like he just sat in a room and thought about it, he would have my beard in a weekend. But I remember talking to him, and there was another one of my teammates, Chris Hoke. There were 2 BYU guys that I played with and we're good buddies, and they won a Super Bowl there in Pittsburgh. And they were talking to me about just how long that year was when you go through the playoffs and then you win the Super Bowl and then you go on the parade, and there just is that kind of that natural process of it's exhausting. You're at the top of the mountain and it's very hard to immediately get back into it, and you have a lot of commitments and a lot of guys get paid, and a lot of guys are now getting pulled in different directions because when you're a Super Bowl champ and
You're getting invited to everything. Your school wants to celebrate you.
Yes.
You're like
you're
you're getting the red carpet rolled out for you everywhere, and it's happening to all 53 guys and the staff.
and before you know it, there's camp. I didn't get to see that because when I was kind of part of the one in Tampa, I was shipped off immediately after the season to go to NFL Europe. I didn't even get to be part of like the parade or anything.
Right.
Like the NFL Europe was like, hey, by the way, like
Need you now.
Yeah, go. Like and off I went. But I even that I
That's
remember
crazy. I didn't know that you didn't get to go to the parade.
Oh no, dude. I was busy. I was busy being over in Scotland doing God knows what. But I was talking to again some of the guys, and they all just were just talking about how exhausting it was. And so that's why that hangover is real, and it's true in the NBA. You see how like uninterested the Denver Nuggets looked because you work so hard to get there, and then you get to the top. And Nick Saban has said this a million times over that winning a title isn't hard. Winning a second one is hard. Winning a third one is hard. So Kansas City is now, think of the war that Kansas City went through 2 years ago and get through all that crap. And then they go back and they do it again. And now you're asking, and Travis Kelce, and I'm not saying that people have their eyes off the ball, but Travis Kelce's running around the world with Taylor Swift. And Mahomes, we've seen Mahomes. He kind of became a fat ass. Look,
He's always kind of chubby, though.
I know, but dude, he doesn't look in good shape. I guarantee that guy took some time this offseason where he did nothing but eat banana bread and whatever. His wife's like, yeah, his wife's shredded and whatever weight she lost, he found, right? Andy Reid's doing more commercials than he knows what to do. And so you've got all these young defenders who are still fighting to try to get paid, but now they've got a couple Super Bowls under their belt, and maybe there's a sense of entitlement there. You've switched out some more offensive linemen. Chris Jones, he finally got paid.
Yep.
And so now he's set for life.
But that's less money for everybody else to
less
fill
money
all the
for
holes
everyone
around
else,
you.
But again, if you're Chris Jones, you fought so hard and you got this big contract. Maybe, do you like, yeah, man, I got mine, hey, I'm good no matter what. Like, all these things start to drag on in year 3. So if you ask me what the biggest threat to the Kansas City Chiefs is, it's just that.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, you have to stay healthy and rest of the teams. Think about how razor thin both of those Super Bowl wins were.
And take everybody else's best shot still.
Yeah.
Like I know that, like, for example, you look at their schedule, and like right out of the gate, you get an AFC Championship game rematch with the Ravens, and like early on, it's pretty stacked. There's a lot of marquee games where everybody is going to be, for the most part, healthy and trying to knock off the champs.
Yeah. Well, and remember, I'm not going to say half, but the NFL is a war of attrition.
Mm-hmm.
It just is. Like, a big part of who wins and who loses, and when you get to the end of the year and who gets into the playoffs is just who's left standing, because there's no one healthy.
It's the Will Ortner. It's the availability.
Availability.
100%.
So you look through Kansas City, and obviously Mahomes is the biggest one, and he's been tremendously durable. He had the ankle, but I mean, that guy is an absolute warrior.
Yep.
But there's not great depth there at the running back position. And, Pacheco runs hard. And then after that, you got Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Like, not a ton of depth there. The receiving core is spotty at best. And I know you added Xavier Worthy in there, but he's a rookie. Like, you get a receiver or two that pulls a hammy. Again, you've had to go through and revamp your offensive line. Again, offensive line health. The reason why they lost the one year that they lost, what happened? They had no O-line.
They got blown
Both their
up.
tackles were done.
Yep.
And Tampa Bay absolutely ripped them a new one. Why? Because both tackles got hurt.
Yeah, their whole O-line, I remember being banged up in that one.
Yeah. So, it just, that, I would say, injury, fluke, trying to stay healthy for a third year in a row, and just, there has to be some fatigue. There just has to be some fatigue for how long those seasons and those off season have been for those Kansas City teams.
I think if they're going to have a chance to repeat, you're going to have to see the same success in November, December, and January that they had. And the reason they had it is because Creed Humphreys was playing as the best center in all of football, and Thuney and Smith were absolute road graders.
Yeah.
And that's what was able to kind of launch Pacheco into turning into a postseason performer. Like, his numbers drastically increased in what he was able to do. I mean, think about the Baltimore Ravens game. They scored all their points in the first half, and then it was Pacheco and that interior 3 on the O-line just beating down the Ravens and getting first downs when they needed it. And so I think the last 2 Super Bowls, you've seen that running game and that offensive line kind of come into the fold. Patrick Mahomes' greatness, but you need that second punch, right? You can have a jab, but you got to have a hook as
That's
well.
why they had Carson Wentz, right?
And that's where it seems to be coming from those interior 3 in that run game. If they can stay healthy, I'm not going to count them out. If you can run the football in January when it's cold, when it's snowing, when it's wet, when it's raining, you're always going to have a chance.
And week 6 is their bye. That means they got to, if they don't have the bye, if they don't end up with the 1 seed, you got to play 10 straight weeks? Actually, no, you got to play 11 straight weeks and then go into the playoffs. So, it's a giant mountain to climb, but it is going to be fascinating to watch, because even though I'm kind of over Kansas City, I love watching excellence and I love watching history, and I'll be I think me and every other football fan, our eyes are going to be on it.
At this point in time, Patrick Mahomes has shown us what to expect from him. One quarterback, though, was in Egypt while his team started working. We'll talk about that next. Exactly how are things going to go in New York City? We'll get to that on Primetime on 1080 The Fan. darn smart. Aaron Rodgers still does some dumb crap. The Jets quarterback was almost, I would say, mysteriously absent from Jets OTAs earlier this month, or I guess earlier, that would have been last month, now that we're in the month of July. But
Well, there's OTAs, which are not mandatory. Those are off-season training activities, and he was actually at the OTAs, but then they have a mandatory mini camp.
excuse me, minicamp. I
Yeah.
misspoke. Yes.
So after OTAs, there's usually 3 days of mandatory mini camp. And so Rodgers had been there for the other stuff, and then mandatory mini camp comes around, and he's nowhere to be found, and they won't give us an explanation other than he was on the other side of the world.
Well, and at first they said it almost seemed like they didn't know or they weren't expecting it, because on that first day it was like, why isn't Aaron here? And Saleh sounded kind of mad.
Yeah.
And then the second day it was like, oh well, no, it's excused. And then there was all this speculation that he was doing something with Bobby Kennedy.
Saleh was pissed.
Yeah.
And it was. They said it was an unexcused absence, but they weren't going to go down the fine road or whatever. And then they had to come out and be like, no, we're all on the same page. And the fact that they wouldn't tell us what it was, and they said it was something very important to him, we all assumed it was some sort of douchey presidential thing, or he was on some sort of ayahuasca trip.
And I don't know if they had the ayahuasca over in the Middle East or if Bobby Kennedy was over there, but apparently Aaron Rodgers was in Egypt while his team was practicing.
That is
what is that?
Of all the things that could have been, I didn't have a vacation to Egypt.
No,
on
we saw the
on
pyramids
my
of Giza
board.
and the Sphinx, but we haven't practiced play action yet.
He said that like during rehab, he scheduled this trip to Egypt, and it meant so much to him that he wasn't willing to move it.
Again,
That's the part I don't understand. Is mini camp is like 3 days. You can't. Like, you're Aaron Rodgers.
You have more money than you know what to do with.
You got you get a non-refundable like Alaska Saver ticket to Egypt?
Yeah,
Like,
I don't.
how hard is it to bump a trip by 3 3 days? But apparently it was too much. So he's like, no, I'm going to Egypt.
Well, I guess this will end up leading us into what I want to kick off next hour with is what really are the expectations here? Because I think that when Aaron Rodgers got to New York last year, you said, man, I know that there's been a little bit of a sideshow with him and all the drama that came in Green Bay and some of the stuff that he's been doing, whether it's the darkness retreat or whatever. But you like this pretty talented Jets team. The division's gotten a little bit softer, and you think they could get something cooking if Aaron Rodgers just kind of plays like 85% Aaron Rodgers, and then he makes it all of 4 plays. So really, we don't have any idea what it looks like. It seems like the sideshow has been added to, and we're a year further down the road, now coming off a catastrophic injury. I am wondering where this goes and whether or not this works.
Well, I mean, history would tell us that no, it's not going to work. Aaron Rodgers was really, really good and won 2 MVPs a number of years ago with Green Bay and didn't even get to a Super Bowl. He's won 1 Super Bowl in his entire career. And by the way, that's hell of a career. Like, again, not many people have won multiple Super Bowls, but the idea that at some point in your 40s that you're going to go to a new team and everything's going to gel. And by the way, your team isn't very good. The offensive line was an absolute an abomination. And by the way, both of your tackles that you're relying on are 1,000 years old and injury prone. Anyways, that you've gone this year, the defense is really good. So I mean, I expect them to be good. But in the again, let's go back to the whole Chiefs thing. No one's ever done the three-peat. When is the mercenary quarterback? I mean, I guess that worked with Brady. Brady in
Tampa, but I feel like people asked that question before he did it, and it felt like he was the first guy to be I'm going to defect from the franchise that I became a star with and win it somewhere else. I mean, I guess you could say Peyton Manning, Denver, right? I mean, or is that would you count that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah, he left and he had the. Yeah, that's one. I mean, he didn't really have anything to do with that Super Bowl, but the year before he was great. Remember that year that they won the Super Bowl? He got benched for Paxton Lynch.
God, I forgot that.
He did. Peyton Manning was benched.
I did not remember that.
That second Super Bowl had the second year that he was there and they won the Super Bowl. That had nothing to do with Peyton Manning. Brady certainly had something to do with about it, although that defense was really good. So I guess we have seen it. I was just trying to think off the top of my head, people at this age that have done it. And yeah, I guess it would be Manning and Brady. So is Aaron Rodgers in that category? Is he Manning or Brady? He certainly is noisier than those two. I don't know. I look at the Jets and I look at Aaron Rodgers coming off that Achilles, and I'll tell you what, I don't buy it. I let's just say I'm just suspicious, and it's weird because Aaron Rodgers is great. I'm not trying to throw any shade at Aaron Rodgers. I just wonder at this point in his career and over the last if he wasn't able to will some of those Green Bay teams, is this Jets team that's never won squat at all? And again with a leaky O line, is he really that guy that makes up for all of those deficiencies?
And we often ask the question, or we use the phrase when someone shows us who they are, believe them. I'm starting to think he's a largely unserious person, and I don't maybe he can separate all the quirkiness that he has going on away from the game and just laser focus in. But it seems like, I mean, you mentioned Travis Kelce, like he seems like a guy with a lot of other things going on right now. I don't know whether his team is loaded for potentially a division winning run. Actually, I want to get to that coming up next. Where the Jets sit in the AFC hierarchy, it seems like it should be the Bills or Dolphins division to lose, but odds makers have a different idea. We'll get your thoughts on where the Jets belong. Yours too, Order, when we continue on 1080 The Fan with Sook's NFL thoughts and storylines for the season. Exchanged text messages with him this morning because I finally had a TV show recommendation for him that I was willing to stand behind.
Oh, what do you got?
Well, we talked on this show for almost an hour about the Netflix docuseries American Nightmare, and there is a series that I will not say is similar, but is similarly twisted in that there are a lot of things that happen that I think most people don't and won't see coming. It's called Perfect Wife. It's on Hulu, which I think means it's also on Paramount, but I had a friend recommend it to me. The details are freaking jarring. And I thought, well, if you guys could chew the fat for almost 45 minutes on American Nightmare, which was the weird story about the couple who got tied up and the girl who disappeared, this would be up your alley as well. So I'd submit that.
I watched one on Netflix the other day, and it was called, like, it's a series. It's called, like, Worst Roommates.
I've not seen that yet.
Yeah, and it's like there's a bunch of different episodes about, like, horrible roommates. And I watched one. And there was these two gals. They were roommates for like 25 years, and the one was trying to kill her with, like, she was ordering like MRSA bacteria off the dark web.
Oh,
yeah, it was weird.
Put it right in the category of the Roundup and the Mountain Dew.
Yeah, same sort of thing. And it was interesting because I watched it. The lady that was being poisoned, that was the roommate was trying to kill her. I really didn't care if she was such a dumbass. Like, outside of her roommate being like, hey, by the way, I'm trying to kill you.
Oh no, they were hurting you so bad.
Like,
Oh no.
For like 10 plus years, the roommate did everything she could to be like, yeah, I'm trying to kill you and steal your kid. And she was like, I just never saw it coming. She was so stupid and naive. I couldn't handle it. And I haven't been enjoying the new season of The Boys.
Oh, I forgot that was out. I fell behind on that. I loved the first season. For whatever reason, I got interrupted in the middle of the second season, so I need to pick that back up again, but it's a solid series.
I'll say this. I don't think it's necessarily a great series, but the dude that plays Homelander, that is one of the great TV or movie villains of all time.
He's excellent.
He is... it reminds me of like Inglourious Bastards with Hans Landa.
Sure.
Whenever he is on the screen and he's being nice, it's terrifying.
It's because you know that underneath it all, there's this like deeply evil conniving and plotting and scheming and
just his expressions and the subtleties in which he plays that character. I cannot remember a character that I thought that was as well played and is just uniquely terrifying. Anytime he is on screen, you're watching it and you're nervous. And that is unbelievable writing and acting. So not necessarily a great series,
but that performance is worth it. I
can't take my eyes off of that cat. I don't think he's done anything else. I've never seen him in anything. But in that role, as like the evil Superman, freaking give that guy every Emmy. Line him up. Phenomenal.
We were talking about the mercenary quarterback and Aaron Rodgers in the last segment. The text line reminding us Matt Stafford, L.A. That would be a decent one.
So it has happened. I was trying to like scratch my head, but yeah, I guess we have seen a couple then of the mercenary quarterback. Yeah, Stafford, Manning, which was kind of like maybe. Brady, yeah. So we have seen a couple. So maybe Rodgers, maybe this isn't such a weird thing. I'm not a big believer in necessarily of the Jets' offense in general, but certainly the defense. I mean, they've won what have they won 6, 7, 8-ish games?
I think last year they were 7 and 10. I think I'll double check, but
so I mean, I think the idea is that if you can win with that busted ass offense, and you add Aaron Rodgers to it, like if you can win 7 games, like why couldn't you all of a sudden win 10 or 11?
Yeah, no, I think that's what you would have to if you're a Jets fan.
Yeah, they've been 7 and 10 the last 2 years with arguably
the worst quarterbacking in the NFL or close to it.
Yeah.
So I looked at this during the break or just before the break, and it kind of surprised me. Would it surprise you to find out that the Jets are the second favorite to win the AFC East behind the Bills, but ahead of the Dolphins?
No, that's surprising. I would have thought that some people are kind of over Buffalo.
Sure.
In that, they lost both receivers and there's McDermott on the hot seat. And so no love for Miami. but we're loving. So it's Buffalo still one, then the Jets.
They're kind of calling it a 3-horse race. It's Buffalo plus 165, Jets plus 170, and Dolphins plus 215.
That feels like that's just New York media to me. Like
I
they
was
talk
wondering if
about it
that's
so
public
much.
money,
Right. Well,
and-
like last year. Well, first of all, idiots bet that Bronny James was going to be the #1 overall pick.
And I know where you're going with this.
If you talk about stuff enough in media,
The
especially
Justin
on
Fields thing?
ESPN, yes, Justin Fields last year to be an MVP, the Bears to go to the playoffs last year. If you are in a public space where you are doing a national show that is sports related and you talk about a team for X amount of time, people are going to believe that they're good. And that's what's happening with the New York Jets. I'm not trusting the oldest player in the NFL coming off an Achilles tear with an old offensive line, with an offensive group that hasn't proven that they can do anything other than look good in Madden ratings. I don't trust them to win squat, but because Stephen A says it might be the year, people are betting on them.
Well, I guess I can see why, like the way Suk framed it, if you could win 7 games with terrible quarterback play and you can win 3 or 4 more with average to maybe above average quarterback play, I could see how you could increase that win total. I'm just not sure how much of a competitor I see them as in the bigger picture when it comes to playoff time, even if they could find their way into one of the final wildcard spots.
Well, I want to see the health of the O-line because, obviously Rodgers blowing out his Achilles, like 4 plays into the season. Like, we have no idea what that's going to look like, but I contend that it wouldn't have mattered. That offensive line they had, there's no way that old-ass Aaron Rodgers was holding up under that O-line. He just wasn't. So, they went out and got, Morgan Moses, who's solid. He's not great, but he's solid. They got him, out of Baltimore.
He's old, though.
He's like 33, 34. And then you went and got Tyron Smith, who's also 33 or 34. And Tyron Smith at one point was really good. Tyron Smith is like, you want to talk about someone you can't count on. Dude, that guy is falling apart.
Yeah.
Like, you wish you had Tyron Smith 7 years ago. So, I just have my questions. Absolutely. And Mike Williams, by the way, a receiver that you go out and get, he's had his own injury concerns. Seems like he's always chipped up there.
Mm-hmm.
And so you brought him in. So obviously you like Garrett Wilson, and Breece Hall had a nice year last year, even with their lack of offense. He had almost 1,000 yards rushing. So, I mean, there's things to like, and you love the defense. I'm just saying that if I'm going through and I'm looking at teams that I have faith in, as far as Super Bowl teams, the Jets are probably like 10th on my list. And I also am perplexed at how we are just glossing over the torn Achilles. It wasn't that long ago that torn Achilles were viewed as a career
A
ender.
death sentence.
And yet, maybe it's because he's a quarterback, but dude, the guy's 40 years old coming off an Achilles tear. And normally when that happens, you don't magically get healthier. And maybe it's because, he recovered so well from it. And there was talk of, I could play next year. And by the way, I'm sure he's on every HGH and peptide known to man. So maybe that's, the kind of fountain of youth thing, and he's doing all the ayahuasca. I just think that some of that, it feels like noise to me. It feels like noise because it's New York, and it feels like it's noise because it's Aaron Rodgers. And we still don't know if Robert Saleh is a good coach because he's never won jackass there.
Yep.
So there's just too many ifs for me to put the Jets to me as a serious contender. I just, not when you have other proven commodities that at least have shown that they can get to the playoffs and are more well balanced.
Another coach we know nothing about, at least as a head coach, the Seahawks' new head coach, Mike McDonald. They've been on a flat trajectory the last 2 seasons, but there's a new man in town at the controls. We'll discuss which direction we think they may be trending. That's coming up next on Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
That's one draft down.
locker. There's a very Yankees-themed shirt in there. It says, take a swing at ALS for, take a swing for Mike at ALS, or take a swinge, I should say. I'm getting the joke wrong, of course, but the swinge for Mike against ALS is at the fan merch locker. All the proceeds for that shirt go directly to Mike in his GoFundMe. You can get all the shirts from all of our shows at the fan merch locker, but just recently updated is the Mike Lynch approved Help Mike Take a Swinge Against ALS. You can get yours right now. They're $25. They're good quality. You can find it on our website, 1080thefan.com. It's over on the right-hand side or right by the orange Listen tab. Encourage you to go over and get yours today.
Yeah, the speaking of the Aaron Judge thing, I know we'll do a lot of football today, but it is interesting, and we talked about this the other day, like off the air, but like Aaron Judge is having a historic season. He is on pace to break the home run record. I guess some people say the original, which he already did, right? He got 62. He already beat Maris's 61. But isn't that weird? In that, how many people know that Aaron Judge actually beat Roger Maris's record?
People don't think of him as a player who's done something of that magnitude.
No, I still hear all the time people like, yeah, Bonds and Sosa, but the record's 61. You're like, no, the record's 62. Aaron Judge hit 62 home runs, and he's on a better pace. I have nothing against the steroid era. I think the steroid era was awesome to watch.
Saved baseball.
It saved baseball, but it is ruined baseball in a way in that baseball was such a numbers game. Like football isn't really. Like football, we care about championships. Like we like to debate who's the
baseball's
GOAT.
the game for the stat heads.
Baseball's the game for the stat heads. No one knows what is the all-time leading passing number in the NFL. I believe it's Drew Brees. But no one knows what that is.
Did he get to 6? Was it 5 something? I don't even know. I don't. Yeah, that's the example. Though,
by the way, I think it's Drew Brees. I'm not 100%
I think
sure.
Brady. If it's career, I think Brady got him.
Did Brady get him?
Because I think Brady hung around long enough
and
to
that
get
was
him.
like 70,000, maybe 71.
I don't know if they got out of the 60s.
Right, single season touchdown record. Anybody?
Manning.
Well, the quarterbacks don't count because they're throwing.
Oh, I thought you. Sorry.
No, all-time touchdown record.
Well, what Sean Alexander had it at one point, didn't he?
I think LT has
it. It's LT then, yeah, because LT beat Alexander after Alexander got it his MVP year.
But but no one knows what that is.
And by the way, Tom Brady eclipsed Drew Brees by 9,000 yards. Tom Brady 89,000 on his career.
So he's the all-time leading.
He is the all-time leader by 9,000.
Oh, jeez, that's not even close.
No, it's like a couple seasons worth.
Tom Brady bitch slapped him. But like baseball's the number thing, and yet those numbers got set so ridiculously high. Like no one cares anymore. I guess like if someone hit 400, maybe that's the one people would care. But like,
well, and if Judge didn't roll out of bed and hit 50, they're like, "What's wrong with this guy?
Yeah.
Must have been banged up this year."
Like I remember when Sosa and those guys were chasing 61. What a big deal it was.
Yeah.
And now, like, we are like, oh, we don't count those. But now when someone breaks 61 or is chasing 61, collectively, we're like,
we cared about it for like a week and a half in September last year. That was it.
Well, and no one cared when Pujols got to 700. Like, we rolled our eyes at that. Like, I don't know. It's just, for a sport that prides itself on being numbers driven, I feel like numbers no longer move the needle to anyone in baseball. They're just, the Ohtani thing was fun for a while. When he was hitting and pitching, we're like, oh, we've never seen this before. But I can't tell the last time that a number meant something in baseball. Even when Judge was approaching the record, it was cool. But remember, there was all that talk of, that baseball is going to go for a bunch of money. It went for like, I think, like, it's like millions upon millions. I think it maybe went for $1 million.
Yeah.
It just kind of landed with a thud because people were like, yeah, I mean, it's
and the fact that the steroid era did that to all the way that we perceive all the stats. Let's just go ahead and shorten the seasons then and keep these players healthier. Let's go to 120 games and not have it be this slog where all the games matter a little bit more and you don't have to play these 4-game series and these day-night back-to-backs. And
that ain't happening, brother.
I know it's not.
We got tickets to sell.
You think owners are going to turn away 40, extra 20 days? No.
Not happening. It's just, it's weird because like I said, growing up, baseball was about one thing. It was about numbers, and we don't have anyone close to winning 300 games. That's a thing of the past. We haven't seen anyone. The Quanner, like he's flirting with 400, but again, he's not a household name, and we'll see if that gets to the end of the year if people care about that. But we don't really care about all-time stuff. Again, Pujols proved that because Pujols was getting close to a lot of historic numbers, and no one cared when Pujols did that. I remember when he hit 700. Again, collectively, we put our hands up and was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And we still don't even consider Albert Pujols the best player of his generation, which I don't know why. He's basically top 3 in every meaningful statistical, 3 or 4 in every meaningful statistical category. And now you've got Aaron Judge, who's in the largest market in the country, doing something historic. And I don't know, it kind of makes news a little bit, sort of, maybe.
The real problem, though, is that with the steroid era, you're going to have half the people say, well, Aaron Judge broke the home run record. But when you really look at the numbers, he's like 6th all time in a single season. So people don't care. Like growing up, the steroid era is when I started falling in love with baseball, right? Like I remember getting woken up to go watch Barry Bonds at bats when he was playing the Nats to break the record itself. Like I remember going to a Giants game and being like, I can't wait to see Barry Bonds come up to the plate, which by the way, he walked every time and he stole a base. So not super sick. But once you get to a point, it's kind of the same thing with like weightlifting records. It's the same thing with shot put records when you watch it in the Olympics. Your numbers are astronomical because you had guys on PEDs and anything that they could get their hands on. And nowadays that everyone is back off of it, you're not seeing people touch those numbers. It's why you want to watch Usain Bolt run the 100 meters, because he could break a record that you've never seen before. And in baseball, because of the steroids, you can't have that anymore.
No, it's just that I honestly feel like Bonds putting up 73 ruined home runs forever because, dude, no one's hitting 73.
No,
it's not going to happen. And so it did. As great as the steroid era was for, quote, saving baseball, I think in a lot of ways it ruined for a lot of people what made baseball great.
The broader picture of it.
The broader picture of it.
I don't disagree. I think both of those things can be true. I think it kind of greatly helped, but also and now it's now skewed our perception of pretty much everything. Did not get to the Seattle Seahawks there. We'll certainly pick that up again next hour. But coming up next, we need to pivot over to in the news. We've got a local plane crash. We've got a local fire. And should we be killing the owls to save the owls? Make it make sense, Sook. That's coming up next. Ortner, though, has SportsCenter. It's true.
No one's here. No one's watching us. It's just kind of fumbling our way through. So that's an accidental sort of on time.
I suppose.
Don't act like you're trying to
I
be
thought about
on
pushing
time.
that last segment into our next topic, but there are a lot of things that I would get to because it is July 3rd. It is a Wednesday, and it is time for In the News. I am your stand-in newsman, Ryan Buckley. Hello, thank you. Please be seated. We're getting reports from our Vancouver Ford text line. It says, boys, I'm working out on Willamette across from a huge fire around Linton. Thick brown smoke about an hour ago. Looks like the fire department has it contained now. I did a quick search. I didn't see anything about this, so maybe we'll have more news coming up about it later.
We had a good one not too long ago, a couple weeks ago, right there off of by Moda Center. That was a solid one. I left work and
I don't think I saw that one or caught wind of that.
It was pretty intense because it was well after it had been burning since like 3 o'clock, and when I left and was going up 84, like you couldn't see. Like it was like being in like a Ricky Bobby NASCAR wreck. You just drove through the big thick cloud of smoke. It was right there, right off the freeway.
Well, in fire news, the state of Oregon has now officially declared fire season. It stands to reason that given the heat wave coming in and, of course, the holiday coming up with fireworks, makes sense. There have been other places, other counties in the state that have considered it fire season since June 1st, but now the entire state has been, I guess, is under the umbrella of fire season, where new restrictions may be in place depending on where you live, but the Oregon Department of Forestry saying that we're officially there now.
Well, it's embarrassing in that it's usually ourselves that burn everything down.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you get lightning strikes and different things like that, but it's usually some dip-ass.
A gender reveal.
A
smoke bomb.
Well, the Eagle Creek fire was just some like 14-year-old, right, throwing fireworks into
like a dry canyon or something,
into the dry
right?
canyon.
Yeah.
Literally, like saw it and he was like, "Oh, let's see this." Or someone goes out and gets drunk and is camping, even though there's a fire ban, and then they use gasoline to start it and it gets out of control. I mean, it's sad is that we could stop most of these, but we won't because we're dumb.
So one, please listen to and heed the signs around you. And also, if you think to yourself before you're going to light something off, this might be a bad idea, probably is. So just go ahead and curb that idea.
Yeah, it just shouldn't be that hard to do, right? Like in your life to not set a forest on fire?
You would think.
Just saying.
We have a local plane crash. We had this at the private airport in Scappoose. We had a pilot, one single passenger injured in a plane crash at the Scappoose airport yesterday. A single-engine plane, and all we know is that the pilot was injured, was taken to the hospital. The Scappoose Police Department, as well as the FAA and the Port of Columbia County, are all investigating the incident, but they're not giving much information beyond that. It's a tiny little plane, and this thing got mashed.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
So I don't know what exactly happened.
Some Harrison Ford piloting there.
But it looks like it even has the little landing gear that's just kind of already permanently out where it's propped up. It looks like a tiny little thing. So
I'm not on board.
No.
For the single engine airplane. Rob's friend, who I have a man crush on, that's the fighter pilot, he said that under no circumstances he would ever go up in a single engine airplane, and that's enough for me to not go up in a single engine airplane. It's one of those that when something happens, and a lot of those planes are like, they're not that expensive and they're maintained by the owner. At least when you're getting on the Boeing plane, sure, a door may come off from time to time, but there are federal regulations about how that thing has to be serviced. When you're flying on, Tom's airline, where it's just Tom and his plane that he bought for like $42,000, like a used Accord price, and he's the one in charge of the maintenance, I'm good. That's one thing. When your car breaks down, you just come to a stop. When the plane breaks down, you plummet to your death.
That's the thing, is that it's not that flying isn't way safer than driving in a car. When something goes wrong in a car, you generally pull over.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. Flying is safer when you're flying with airlines. I would love to know what the safety rate is on these sorts of airplanes.
Personal aircrafts.
Yeah, it's not very often you see, 737 down, everyone dead. You do see a lot of single-engine airplane crashes. We said, the guy didn't die, but the guy crashed one into the
river.
The river.
Or was it the river? We had a lot about this, whether it was the island, the river.
Yeah, he crashed into the Columbia. I mean, that happens all the time. Again, Harrison Ford has crashed 3 planes. Indiana Jones can't pilot a plane. What chance do I have?
We've had multiple Major League Baseball pitchers go down that way. Ted Lilly, Roy Halladay, a couple others.
That's the other one, too, is I'm right in here with helicopters. I'm putting helicopters in the same category as single-engine
Boy.
airplanes. You're not getting me up in one of these little airplanes, and you sure as hell aren't getting me up into a helicopter.
I used to think the idea of a helicopter ride or a private helicopter ride was really cool. No, thank you. If something goes wrong in one of those, there's no like, oh, we'll just glide down to the ground. Your whole the whole unit gets spun around.
Yeah, helicopters more terrifying than airplanes because I guess
Way
the
more
airplane you can
terrifying.
still glide your way down. The helicopter you just plummet, and no one walks away from a helicopter crash. Nobody.
This is why heights are terrifying and we were meant to stay on the ground. Boats are fine. You can pull a boat over. You can't pull over a helicopter.
You could sink a boat though.
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
boat
but
thing
it takes a
doesn't-
while.
Yeah,
The
you're-
Titanic took like hours.
Well, and then you're in the north.
There's time for the band to play and
If
everything.
that bitch had just moved over,
There was
Leo would
plenty
have
of
been
space.
fine.
I haven't even seen that
freaking
movie, and I know all she had
bitch.
to do was move over.
I still can't believe that he just was like, "You're fine."
She is an
you didn't
aloof
make any
bitch.
attempt. No attempt whatsoever.
She killed him.
I already
She
told
won't even
I already
return
told
his calls,
BTJ
you
that if we're in that
freaking
situation, you
bitch.
scoot
What is
your
up
ass
with that?
over. We're getting up on that thing together. Either we're both dying or no one's dying. I'm not doing
Resourceful
this.
little bitch.
I'm not doing this heroic sort of I'll just lay in the icy water. I don't think so. It's
Because
not
this
the
bitch is behind maintenance.
it's not the way this is going down. Yeah, but with boats, unless you're out in the icy waters or like some rough seas or
You're
something.
fine.
Yeah, I'm out. Look, if I rent a pontoon boat every summer, if that thing sinks while I'm out there, I'm fine. I'm not drowning in the Willamette.
Correct.
I can dog paddle my big ass to the manatee style to the shore. I'm
Got to
fine.
dodge the poop.
That's true.
Well, in your case, dodge a log so you don't think that you're actually getting attacked by a shark.
Yeah, that did happen.
You thought a log was a shark?
Oh yeah. One of
This
the-
is a good story. I think it's been told on this show
You
before.
wore a navy sweatshirt to the gym today, and you can't tell the difference between a log and a shark?
I was surfing in Bali, and they do give you shark warnings when you're out there, and I'm not a good surfer.
They give you log warnings?
They did not give me log. although
they
they're-
should've.
They should have. So I was out there surfing, and I was getting my so I'm not a good surfer, so it takes you a while to get up. So you're just getting your ass kicked, and then eventually you're like, okay, I'm getting up on the board finally, and I got up on the board, and something hit me and just ass canned me. Just the whole board just lurched, and I was like, that's not a wipeout. Like, I know what it's like to fall. Something hit my board, and I went in the water, and when something tips your board like that, you're like, well, here it is. And then I felt it hit me in the chest, and I was like, shark. And because you can't see anything, so you got knocked off your board, and then you felt this big thud right in the middle of my chest. And at that part, I started making very girly sounds and flailing at the water like you wouldn't believe, because I thought I was fighting off some sort of sea monster shark. And so I was like, I'm going out to fight my freaking out, slapping to the water, screaming like a total bitch, yelling, making a huge commotion. And I realized that what had knocked me off the board and what had hit me in the chest was a telephone pole.
I'm gonna kick your ass, you little bitch.
Telephone pole got caught in the wave, wiped me out from behind, and then when I went down, took me out. And by the way, let me say, that thing freaking hurt. And I immediately went back, and that was the end of it, because my terrifying near shark attack was one of the scariest things that I've ever had happen to me.
Yeah, you can't get back up on the board for round 2 after that.
I mean,
Nope.
you
Nope.
could.
No,
Were you properly chastised by those on the beach?
no, as well they should. Yes, there was. Are you okay? I'm like, yeah, it's a telephone pole. Like, what happened out there? I got hit by a telephone pole. Yeah, that's. I'm telling you, it like whenever if you're a bad surfer, like the biggest fear you have is shark attack,
Getting eaten.
and it just something wipes you off your board and then hits you. That's immediately where my mind went. I may have had some fear pee. There may have been some. I may have had to go like clean myself because I soiled for 11 seconds. I thought my life was in grave danger.
Vancouver Fort text line is in. They say that Mythbusters have tested the Titanic myth and have concluded that both Jack and Rose could have lived on the board.
You freaking bitch.
There you go.
Also, a necessary public service announcement. We do this probably every couple weeks now. Being asked what the BTJ stands for.
Big time Japanese.
Big Time
She does
Japanese.
not like that nickname. Don't call her that if you see her that in public. She will not appreciate it.
I don't care. It's the best thing that's. My mother was in the hospital and her doctor happened to be Japanese, and she referred to my significant other as not just Japanese, but big time Japanese.
Oh, she's Big Time Japanese.
The moment I heard that, BTJ was born. Best thing my mom's done in years.
Fine if Sook says it. It's not fine when Will says it.
I beg to differ. I think everyone should call her BTJ. It's fantastic.
Up in Southwest Washington, how close is Tumwater to where you grew up, Will?
Tumwater is the team that we would play in our cross rival district thing when you go to playoffs. So they're like an hour.
Tumwater was
15?
in my.
In your league,
They
right?
were in my league when I was a mighty Mountain View Thunder, the mighty Tumwater Thunderbirds.
They've gone down. They're 2A. They're
Well,
very good.
About a year and a half ago at the OB Credit Union branch on the 3900 block of Cleveland Avenue in Southeast Tumwater, a couple of idiots tried breaking into the bank with blowtorches. They've now been charged by federal prosecutors for they spent the entire night trying to burn blowtorch their way into the Tumwater Credit Union. It says, according to the unsealed indictment filing in the U.S. District Court, that these two alleged criminals, both from Olympia, facing charges of arson, burglary of a credit union, and use of fire to commit a felony.
And they watched one too many, Die Hard one too many times? Like,
Apparently,
they burn their way through?
It says the pair's efforts included using hand tools, power tools, and an oxyacetylene torch to breach an ATM, the night deposit box, a teller window, an exterior door. This was all according to an ATF report. So they tried multiple entrances.
Were they not aware that banks have cameras and alarms?
Yeah, look at
least
these
they didn't
idiots.
quit.
They show up in all black and they just start basically trying to blowtorch the outside of the building. Like, let's see if this one works. Let's see if this one works. Just go see if the doors are unlocked. It's like, you're not getting in, dudes.
I mean, look, A for effort, but
I guess.
Banks do have security systems there.
Tumwater firefighters were finally alerted with a fire alarm at 5:54 a.m. after these idiots had tried all night.
So it didn't set off any alarms? You can literally blowtorch a bank in the middle of the night?
I don't
and
know.
no
I'm
one?
guessing there were motion detectors just because they were around, but maybe they weren't able to detect that someone was trying to breach the premises. I don't know.
So
Because you would think someone would have responded much sooner, but instead...
So the fire department is the one that showed up to get them.
That's right. It says
I'll
that
be damned.
surveillance videos show them arriving at 12:57 a.m. and leaving at 5:11 a.m. At 5:54, the firefighters responded to an alarm call. So that's...
Well,
and then they eventually were able to track these guys down.
It's a bit of an upset, boys. I really thought if you were trying to blowtorch open an ATM that...
If I went down to the local B of A branch in Beaverton, it would not take 5 hours for someone to stop me from trying to break into the bank with a blowtorch.
I wouldn't think so. I would... Maybe am I overestimating bank security? Am I putting too much faith in bank security?
Looks easy in the town.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're not blowtorching their way in. I mean, that's when the bank's open.
Yeah, see, that's the easy part. These guys went the hard way.
Just 3 days later, Tumwater police officers were called to report an explosion in another area where they ended up finding these guys. So I don't know what kind of business they're up to besides that. Whether drugs were involved, but
I would assume drugs are involved.
I would think so.
It is Tumwater,
You would think
right?
they'd go for copper, though.
Potentially.
I don't know where you steal. I mean, I don't know. I guess you break into a Home Depot. Is it possible that the Home Depot has better security, night security, than the bank?
They were driving a green Subaru.
I don't think I can try to blowtorch my way into a Home Depot in the middle of the night and not get caught. Huh. All right, well, go Tumwater Fire Department.
And good exterior security at the OB Credit Union. Coming up, we have more knife news. That started yesterday, a whole different knife story. Plus, I'm still trying to figure out how shooting potentially hundreds of thousands of owls may actually save the owls. That's coming up next in the news on 1080 The Fan. It is in the news, July 3rd, Wednesday.
And by the way, we were looking into it. The Quanner, Stephen Kwan, would be leading Major League Baseball in hitting. He's hitting 362.
Pretty good.
He does not have enough at-bats, but as long as he stays healthy, Kwan will win the batting title. I mean, he's, like I said, he was hitting 390 for a long time, but he's plummeted all the way down to 362. Judge hitting 321.
As I mentioned, Quanner making his first All-Star game, as well as Adley Rutschman, so a couple of Beavs representing the AL in the starting lineups. That's pretty cool. Want to talk about a couple more, well, one crime and one interesting, what do you call it, population control method for local nature. But first we have a lawsuit at some apartments in Gresham. Two families filing a $6 million lawsuit after they made 19 complaints to the manager and 7 police reports about a neighbor who was wielding a knife and calling them racial slurs.
Oh, all right. Well, that seems like a fun little neighborhood dispute.
It says that at the time, the neighbor, Dominic Austin, who was 19, would call them racist or misogynistic names while threatening to rape, paralyze, and murder them. He would brandish his knife at their door, even try to enter their apartments with the knife, and was not removed by property management and by police. And so they want some money.
Yeah. If someone, like, no one did anything, like...
It says that the management served him and his father, who shared the apartment, eviction papers after the families emailed at least 19 times over the course of 71 days. So it took all of those complaints and reports over 2.5 months before they finally did something about it.
I would think that the threats of rape, murder, or the paralyzation, that's not fun either. Those are all 3 bad things. I'm not sure in which order those would be.
It says in some of the videos from their ring cams, he can be heard making statements such as, "Do you want to get paralyzed? You're going to be wheelchair bound. You're going to get murdered."
Good Lord.
Yeah. He's shirtless at their door, waving his knife around, and took over 2 months to get him out of there.
So, but he never got arrested.
Says that, let's see here. I don't believe that he was for those incidents.
So they just eventually evicted him. Yeah, how much are they looking for? How much dough?
$6 million.
That's a lot of dough. But
says they were afraid of leaving their apartment, even taking their dog out or the trash out. I have panic when my husband brings in the groceries. I fear it's only a matter of time before that person does something to me or my 2-year-old son when my husband leaves the apartment.
Yeah, I would say that that's worth some money. And I'm not a big, America guns, but that may be the time when someone starts showing up at your door with a knife that you pulled the Indiana Jones. Like, that's an adorable knife. Meet Mr. 45.
Yeah.
Hey, what is that? The F around and find out? That would be the definition of F around and find out.
That is how, I think that you could define it as such.
Someone saying he paid his rent on time, though. He's a great tenant.
I guess.
Living in apartments.
Jeez. It says he was treated at an Oregon State hospital, but released from custody in April under the condition that he lived at a residential mental health facility in Portland.
He sounds like a real contributing member of society. Real sharp guy.
Yeah, he is this Dominic Austin not listed as a defendant in the suit. They're only upset with property management.
They're going with property management.
They probably have the deep pockets.
I love, too, that, this guy was in a mental hospital, and they're like, all right, you can get out, but only if you get some help and you promise not to rape and murder people. He's like, okay.
Does say he was charged with a long list of crimes, including bias crime, menacing, unlawful use of a weapon, attempted burglary, and violating stalking orders, but still not enough to get him out of the complex, apparently.
It's unbelievable that I swear the only time anything happens is when someone actually gets murdered. It's like that one guy that got released from the state hospital, and he was like, I'm going to bash someone in the head with a rock. And they're like, you can go. And literally on his way out the door, he picked up a rock and beat a woman about the head and shoulders with it. How about this? Next time a crazy person tells you that they're going to do something,
believe them.
Maybe believe them. And maybe don't let them out under the guise of, well, you be good now.
Suk,
Lord.
Would you like to save the spotted owl population from extinction?
You know how I love the owls. I'm a big owl fan. I want more owls. I went to an owl cafe when I was in Japan.
I did too.
I love the owls. It probably was terrible that the owls were being held prisoner, but I can't help it.
You got to be friends with
big
them.
Owl guy.
Well, it stands to reason that killing nearly 500,000 other owls
Yeah, I didn't like this.
is the answer to saving the spotted owl.
I woke up this morning and I read about owl genocide, and I didn't like it. Didn't like it one bit.
Apparently, the barred owl is bigger and
Yeah, the barred owls kick ass.
And those apparently impede on the spotted owl's ability to nest, and they hog all the real estate up in the trees. And so they are essentially getting trained shooters to take out barred owls in Oregon, Washington, and California. They believe that taking out nearly 500,000 barred owls will allow the spotted owl population to come back.
Yeah, I don't like this at all.
It feels like robbing Peter to pay Paul a little bit.
By the way, when you look at the barred owl and the spotted owl, they look very similar. Like, look up barred owl and then look up spotted owl. What? They look very, very similar.
Mm-hmm.
Other than there's just some coloration on the feathers, and apparently one's a little bit
Boy,
bigger.
those do look similar. Yeah.
Look, I don't want the spotted owl to go away. But if we do lose the spotted owl, can we just be like, but we got a lot of barred owls?
And that's the thing too, like, I don't know where you sit on the whole disrupting the natural order of things, but like if the barred owls are just kind of taking over on their own, or should we just like let nature take its course that way?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's kind of what I wonder. Like if the barred owl just deserves the...
Is it really better to shoot 400,000 barred owls?
Seems like a lot of owls.
I don't know,
it
man.
Seems like we've got like a mini Auschwitz going on here.
Oh!
And no one seems to care.
Oh,
we're just
I
we're
like
just,
that.
We're just going through and we're just mass extincting barred owls. And we're like, no big deal here. I don't like it. That seems very, very, very uncomfortable.
Let the record show Suk not in favor of Auschwitz.
No, I don't like anything when we're going through and we're mass killing something. It's one thing like
Seems bad.
the snakes down in Florida, like that's like they don't belong there. I get that, or like the hogs, but like the barred owls are just doing barred owl things.
Yeah, they're just and they're a natural. They naturally exist in this ecosystem.
And
so why not?
And they're just like, hey, all that barred owl is doing is like, I like this tree, and the spotted owl's like, I like this tree, and the barred owl's like, get the hell out of my tree. And so we just go through and slaughter the barred owls?
Oh, okay. The text line is correcting me, saying the barred owls are invasive. I figured they were invasive, obviously, towards the spotted owl, but it says they're not native. So I don't know how the barred owl got here if it's not from here. Migratory, or maybe it was introduced by humans at some point in time. But
So we're still upset that one particular owl that looks actually looks a lot like the other owl is, I don't know. It just, this is very, very strange. That'd be like if, I don't know, if Labradoodles had to go through and get slaughtered so that golden retrievers could flourish. It's weird. I don't like it. I'm out.
I think we both are. Friends of the owls, this program.
That's right. I'm a friend of all owls.
We give a hoot.
Hey, Auschwitz, not so much. We do give a hoot.
Can't we just find somewhere else for the spot? Can't we just like put the spotted owl in somewhere where like it can thrive?
I feel like if it were that easy, they would have done that already.
What's
Or
this
maybe,
mean?
I don't know, man.
It's like
Maybe evolutionary. It's supposed to die.
Only time will tell, gentlemen. Next hour, we'll get back into Suk's storylines of the NFL season. But before we get to that, need to get to our hot 5 at 5 that's coming up next on The Fan.
For great values for your family fireworks celebration,
Tyler Buckley here for a mostly football version of Primetime leading into the holiday weekend, although we will be back on Friday, isn't that right?
Yes, we do not get Friday off.
People keep confusing me around this office because I believe that it's a best of show for the morning shows because the morning and afternoon.
It is.
Because they're both like taking the day off. And so people keep saying to me, aren't you guys off on Friday? And I'm like, I don't think so. And they're like, aren't you doing a best of? I'm like, I don't think so.
Whoa. So we're the only show on Friday?
Yes. Dude, no one was more shocked than me.
I feel
Well, hello there.
I feel an illness coming on.
Well, isn't this
This
the
is
perfect time for Rop to have some airplane issues coming back from Vegas?
Yeah,
That's exactly right. We discussed that yesterday.
I'll tell you right now, boys. If Rob is delayed and can't make the Friday show, I'm gonna have a bout of the gout. Danny missed like a month with a pulled hamstring. I'm gonna have some sort of toe issue, and I'm not gonna be able to make it in on Friday.
So I'm going to be holding the bag then. Damn it.
That's just a best of.
Just a best of. A best of, for those who don't know behind the scenes, that is probably the most labor-intensive thing a producer's has to do because you got to go back and listen through hours of content.
Don't start with me.
I would so much rather do a live show with
Buck,
you, Sook.
You shouldn't have mentioned any of this, dude. You should have kept it silent.
Yeah, no.
I just wanted to make sure I was supposed to be here on Friday. I'm pretty sure I am.
I assumed we were all working on Friday. Originally, I assumed that we all had Friday off.
We all are working. The three of us are working on Friday.
Speak
Okay.
for yourself.
Wait,
I'm getting up early. I am.
So you're doing the early show?
I am board hopping and doing the updates for Dirt and Sprague.
Well,
It makes sense because I know that the morning show is in a constant state of one, they hate me and Rob. They want us both dead. Let's just call a spade a spade. I don't know if Danny and Dusty want us dead, but I promise you that Dirt and Sprague want to kill us and take over this spot. There's a lot of resentment and bitterness there over tenure and vacation time, and we do get a lot of shows like for Ducks basketball and like NFL games where we get bumped, and they never get bumped because there's never a sporting event on.
yeah, you don't get a
at
6 a.m. Seahawks game on there?
At 6 a.m. That never happens. So I will have to give them a little bit of a leeway there about for once we have to do a show and they do not. That way that Dirt and Sprague don't end up murdering us at one point.
Groundbreaking opinion on the text line. Jesus, you guys are lazy.
What are you talking about, man? 4 big hours a day.
4,
Yeah,
most
but
of the time.
What does the morning show do? 3.
Yeah.
So really, when you get down to it,
It's a whole extra 33%
that's
as far as they're
right.
concerned.
Slackers in the morning.
Without further ado, it is time for the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on the Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com. Number 5.
A little hockey news, and no, I'm not talking about Sook's Red Wings signing Stanley Cup champion Vladimir Tarasenko.
That's right.
No,
Go
I'm talking
Wings.
about the Kraken making NHL history, hiring the first ever full-time female assistant coach.
Yeah, so we've got one in the NBA, right?
Yep.
We've got a couple in the NFL. I don't know if we have position coaches in the NFL, but I know there was a
No,
couple
but
on
we
the
had like
49ers.
full-time like quality control or
Yeah.
like assistant position coaches, I think. Maybe some strength and conditioning as well.
And now to the NHL. So congratulations.
Jessica Campbell will be the first woman behind the NHL bench in NHL history. In a coaching capacity, that is, of course. It's the second time that she's made history. It says that the Kraken hired her as an assistant for their AHL affiliate, where she became the first woman female bench coach in AHL history. So old hat for her at this point, but congrats, breaking barriers. You love to see it.
It's only a matter of time before we get a head coach in one of the major sports.
Yep. I mean,
It's
people.
gonna happen. Becky Hammond was the one that everyone thought
It was bandied
yeah.
about a lot that Becky Hammond could be in the loop for one of those NBA jobs. And it'll happen at some
She's the
point.
Aces
Number
coach, right?
4.
Yeah, she went to the WNBA and she is the coach in Las Vegas. Number 4, how about some NBA assistant coaching news?
Hot assistant news. I
Pretty
love
much
it.
all of it has Blazer ties. For one, you have the former Blazers head man and former Milwaukee assistant Terry Stotts has got a new gig. He's taking the head assistant job on the Golden State staff under Steve Kerr. That was vacated by Kenny Atkinson, who took the, let's see, what job did Atkinson take?
Did he take the Cleveland job?
That's right. I was going to say Nets, but that's where he came from. Yes, he took the Cleveland job. And then additionally, J.J. Redick filling out his staff. He hires former Blazer Nate McMillan. He also hires former Blazer assistant Scotty Brooks.
Yeah, so you knew that Redick was going to go out and find some veteran coach. In fact, I thought maybe Terry Stotts was going to be a guy that would fill that role. But McMillan and Brooks, both, very well-respected coaches with a lot of miles under their belt. It'd be a nice little resource for Redick.
Number 3.
Some NBA personnel news and notes. A couple more free agent deals. None of them really too groundbreaking yet. Joe Ingles going to the Timberwolves on a 1-year deal. Alec Burks goes to the Heat on a 1-year deal. Kevin Love re-ups with the Heat for a 1-year deal. As we've discussed before, especially at this point in time, a lot of these transactions really don't matter. They're just
You're just reshuffling.
yes, you're shuffling the deck
You're
chairs.
shuffling deck chairs. These. By the way, who knew Kevin Love was still milling around?
I think he's still doing those mental health PSAs for Odyssey as well. So
I think that thing is those mental health PSAs. Can we update
he was like
that?
a cavalier at that point in time.
Dude, that thing's like 11 years old.
Additionally, I did find it interesting. Now we're getting a little bit more information from the Klay Thompson decision, and I know we both think that that's not actually a move that moves the needle a ton for Dallas, but how bad LeBron and LA wanted him, and Klay kind of saying, that's too familiar to what my dad did and what I had in Golden State. I don't want that to be my thing. I respect that.
Well, then I don't think he wanted to get the Laker organization, let's be honest, around the league, there's a lot of people that think that place is kind of a joke.
Yeah.
And this is not very well run, and they ain't winning jack squad. If your goal is to win another title, go to Dallas. Don't go to LA.
Major League Baseball news, they're announcing the All-Star teams, and of local interest, 2 Oregon State Beavers getting their first All-Star nod, both playing for the American League. You got Stephen Kwan of the Guardians and Adley Rutschman of the Orioles, both being named AL starters.
Yeah, and a lot of young talent.
Yes.
On the All-Star team. So, and you got the old hats. You got Aaron Judge, you got Soto, you got Ohtani, you got Bryce Harper, but there's a nice collection of young talent in the major leagues. They're all in Baltimore.
And then,
by the way.
And then additionally, the Mariners, boy, things are getting dire there. They fall to the Orioles last night after the Astros win. But right now, at least, the Astros deadlocked in a tie with the Blue Jays 1-1. But that lead it down to 2 in the AL West. The Mariners, of course, have the Orioles on the docket again tonight.
Well, and the Astros damn near came back. They were down 6-1 and came back and lost 7-6 last night.
They lost last night? I thought they won.
No.
Boy.
No, they lost last
I just
night.
assumed they won because they were up 6-1.
No, they lost that. So the Mariners, I think, shockingly had like 3 hits last night and lost 2-0 to the Orioles.
Your newsman dropping
2
the ball
hits,
over here.
all by the same guy.
2 hits, yeah.
And then they pinch hit him in the later innings.
And the big dumper had a chance to tie it up. Hit one just man on first with a hit batsman, and then it missed a game-tying home run in the 9th by just a sliver as it went foul.
And then number 1, the story that won't die. The James gang, LeBron and Bronny, both getting contracts from the Lakers. LeBron agreeing to stay with the Lakers for 2 more years, $104 million. And then Bronny gets the old 4-year guaranteed deal, not a 2-way. Jeff Goodman pointing out earlier in the day that Isaiah Wong, who was drafted with the 55th overall pick last year, he got a $600,000 deal that was a 2-way. Bronny is getting a multi-million-dollar deal that goes 4 years.
Well, that's what happens when your dad holds the
$7.9 million.
Holds the team hostage. Holds the team hostage.
I thought there was some sort of slotting that he actually couldn't get that much, but apparently not.
Again, it's LeBron's kid. He gets whatever the hell he wants. I just love that everyone in LA is terrified of LeBron James. You're not allowed to question the greatness that is Bronny James.
What if he just has naked photos of everybody in sports?
I just think people don't want to piss him and Clutch off. That's.
I do think that's it. People have said, as petty and weird and kind of high school drama as a lot of these requests sound, people are so afraid because of the power that Rich Paul yields being that agent, and not just of LeBron. He represents a lot of other really big stars that if you fall out of favor with him, you don't get anybody else who he works with, and people don't want that.
Yeah, it is. That's...
Or at least people are fearful of not having access to his client list if they do something to upset him, LeBron, Clutch, etc.
Yeah, I was looking through. It's a it's a good list. I mean, Jeremy Grant's on that, Draymond Green, you got LeBron, Zach LaVine, Derek Lively, Maxi's one of those.
That's nice.
I mean, it's DeJounte Murray. It's a huge list, and apparently when you're LeBron and you've got the weight behind you, you can do whatever the hell you want. And the Lakers are like, yes sir, no sir.
Well, the Hot 5 at 5 is brought to you every day by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, home of the best burrito in Oregon. You can, of course, always visit them online at victorricos.com. Coming up next, we jump back into Sook's NFL storylines of the upcoming season. Got to talk some Seahawks, trending up or trending down under new head coach Mike McDonald. We'll get to that next on 1080 The Fan.
The Blazers are dealing
military contributing and profiting off of a gambling addiction. Additionally, we got ride or die best friends who are teachers in Georgia. They're stupid students.
No.
And how about getting paralyzed on your own bachelor or bachelorette party by your best man or woman?
Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to say that puts a little bit of a, well, just in general.
Would that person who did it remain your best man?
My brother better watch out.
That's exactly right.
Didn't you already have your bachelor party?
He had the
He-
bachelor party,
he
but he
just
hasn't
went
had
to
the
it.
wedding yet. I can still paralyze him.
But you didn't do it in Vegas, at least.
I did not.
Yeah, that would be I think that'd put a bit of a downer on the wedding. I don't know. I mean, you probably go ahead with it because you put down the deposit and everything, but I guess you'd wheel yourself down the aisle at that point.
Might be cheaper.
Maybe.
How's that cheaper?
You can get a discount or something.
Like, if people feel bad that
There's
you're in a
wheel-
wheelchair.
there's a
I think it
wheelchair
gets
discount?
more expensive if you have to be, everything's got to be
Then you
handicapped
got to build
accessible.
ramps and whatnot. Dude,
Yeah.
wedding venues, dude, that's what you need to do. You go buy yourself go out to Newburgh or whatever and buy like a gazebo and charge people a gajillion dollars to have their wedding there.
Dude, we looked at places like that. It's unbelievable what people can charge because other people are actually paying it
Really?
for just
Yeah.
like a little structure in the middle of nowhere of kind of scenic Oregon, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It's wild.
If I get married, can I just have mine like at a bar? Can I just have mine at Kelce?
Sure. I think you could probably do that. Just,
But I don't want to rent out Kelce. Can I just like show up on a Friday and be
just
like,
get a corner of it.
yeah, I'm like, hey, we'd like a reservation for 14. Yeah, we're gonna need the stage as well. You know, just kind of already got the built-in band. They're paying for it. I just tip that guy a few bucks. He plays me some songs, and away we go. I like where we're going with this.
So my wife and I got married in Lake Tahoe. We got married at a little
Of course you
like
got
public park type
Of course,
place.
you got married at Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, of course
You
we did.
Bougie bitch.
But we wanted to basically have a reception after party at the closest local bar, which was basically across the street. It was maybe a quarter-mile walk from the actual venue that we were at. But they refused to let us rent out the bar. They're just like, nope, can't do it. We have locals we have to take care of. We're like, there's nothing we can do. Like, you tell us what the tab, like, they're like, nope, you just got to come here and have your party. We're like, okay, we'll see you at 11. And so, or maybe it was 10. Whenever we had to shut down our little outdoor reception, we all walked across the street to Pete and Peter's, and we threw down at the Tahoe City Dive Bar.
All right, that's something. That's
Wedding, my wife in her full wedding dress and all. Shooting pool.
Weddings to me are so fascinating in that they say the average like wedding in the United States now is like $45,000. That's the average wedding.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Wouldn't you just to have like you're having a bunch of people that half of them you don't really know or care about. You won't see any of them because you're busy doing the whole wedding thing anyways. Wouldn't you just rather have like a $2,000 wedding and then take $40,000 and go have the best honeymoon ever?
Greatest honeymoon ever, a massive down payment on a house. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that you can do with that kind of coin.
I do not understand the let's spend all the money that we don't have on a party that we won't really remember for a bunch of people that we don't really care about.
We had a pretty good party.
And then
Pretty
like
good party.
also that someone can get me a toaster and some place settings.
Hey, my friends and my brother, they all chipped in and got me a meat smoker. They got me a Traeger.
See, I'll tell you what. How about I just save the $42,000 and I'll buy my own meat smoker? Like what?
See, I always
Well,
buy...
because this way I get to have my cake and eat it too. I have a party and get gifts.
Right. See, I always buy the like couples massage experience on the honeymoon. That's
Oh, that's
my
nice.
gift. I don't like doing like I gotta go find what you register for. Don't do that. Let me just give you money. And the little brother and his fiance, they're doing it on a budget. But I have a ballpark idea of what it costs. And the 40, that is much more than what they're spending, but that does not shock me. They've got a nice spot in Oregon City. It's a whole thing.
It's much more than we expected ours to be as well. It was not 40, I can tell you that much, but it ended up being about double what we thought we could do it for.
Right.
Boy, I tell you what, if I ever get suckered into doing that crap again, you
What
buckle
do you
up.
mean suckered? Dude, you're already on the hook.
I feel like I'm just gonna wake up one day and I've been drugged.
You're just getting reeled in real slow right now.
Well, you know what the secret is? You have to have your daughters marry into privilege.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if I did marry in, I'm marrying into Japanese non-privilege. Well, the dad.
Well, no, not you. I'm saying your daughters.
the daughters.
They
Well,
have
I'm
to
not
marry.
paying for that. I'll tell you that right now. My
That's why
daughters-
you got to hope that they find rich beaus
No.
whose dads and mamas want to
Dude,
pay for it.
My kids know that the Sucanic Scholarship Fund does not include weddings. That's the other one. Let me just say this right now as the proud dad of hashtag girl dad. I got two of them. those damn kids know 100% that they ain't coming to dear old dad and being like, hey, dad, we need about 60 G's to put down on a wedding. I'll be like, you can kiss my ass.
I think that's old school. That doesn't happen anymore.
I think that's still a thing, that there's the idea that the bride's family is supposed to pay for it.
I don't think so.
Well, having gone through this less than 5 years ago, well, no, actually just past 5 years ago. Whoops, we just passed that anniversary. I can tell you that I feel both are correct. I think that there are families of the bride who feel it's their obligation to kind of figure it out. I think it's exceptionally common now that the families talk and say, we're going to have our family split this, right? And they go, yeah, okay.
I'm pretty sure they split it, and I may or may not know maybe a bride's family that didn't pay. So
and you know what? That can happen too.
Yeah.
We're learning from the text line that this person said they got married at McMiniman's Edgefield. They take care of everything, and it's affordable. Sounds like a nice route to go.
Is it affordable? Again,
I don't know what affordable is in this sense.
What's your definition of affordable?
Well,
my guess is a place that takes care of everything, and the average wedding's like 40 G's. I'm sorry, I don't consider that affordable. I just don't.
Since we're clearly not going to get to the Seahawks here, Will, can you see if you can find the Mike Leech on weddings in the system? It should be in the system already.
Yes.
Because someone on the text line already said, just do what Mike Leech said, give the couple 10 grand and tell them to elope.
Yes.
I mean, and he had a whole thing about the weddings, and we'll see if Will can find it. Someone else here saying, just go to the local park and call dibs on that MFR.
That's kind of what I like my idea of going to my favorite bar. I just show up at a bar and be like, hey, I just need a corner of the bar, and then you got like a built-in party. The bar's right there. The only thing that I'd be willing to do is you got to spring for an open bar. Like if you have a wedding and you don't have an open bar, and look, it doesn't have to necessarily be like an entire bar, but have a handful of cocktails, right? You get have an old fashioned, have some champagne. Maybe you have I don't know, like a Greyhound or something that's more geared towards ladies. Get a couple simple cocktails.
This is exactly what my wife and I did. We basically had like a gin and tonic, and we had like a whiskey cocktail. It was kind of like an old-fashioned whiskey sour hybrid type deal, and it was called a whiskey buck, in fact.
Yeah.
But and then beer, wine, champagne, and those are the only cocktails. But then afterwards, everyone goes to the bar and gets other drinks.
Exactly. Like you get, as long as you have an open bar, to some extent, that's all I really care about. Other than that, it's like, I don't know, like the fancy catering. Again, just go find a local place that you like to eat and be like, hey, what can I get for like $2 grand? How much smoked meat can I get for $2 grand? And just keep it simple. I just will never understand, unless you just have like FU money, I will never understand the let's blow, because I know a lot of people that don't have a bunch of money that go all in, that go into debt.
See, that's
a
wedding.
wedding.
The thing.
Seems like the dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my entire life.
Yeah, you can't go into debt for a party. You can't do it.
Or asking someone. This guy says that his wife's family did pay. Got married to, and he said it was 30 grand. My wife's parents paid for it. Mom saved for that special day. The mom saved up 30 G's. I guarantee it wasn't the dad that saved up 30 G's. Mom saved 30 grand to give your kid a wedding. Boy, you love your kids way more than I love mine. I'll pay for an education. That's covered under the scholarship fund. Weddings, no. I'll pay for like a cool trip. Like if we all want to go somewhere afterwards, I'll spring for that. But what is that? The movie, The Father of the Bride and Franck? Yeah,
Honk and Franck, yeah.
The chipper chicken and swans. Ain't happening.
Got this text saying that they want Sam Elliott to officiate their wedding. By the way, if you could pick a celebrity wedding officiant, Sam Elliott would be way up on that list, but this person said they just want him to serve all sorts of beef dishes.
Beef fajitas, beef jerky, spicy braised beef.
I just want to get the White Buffalo to play my wedding. I wonder what that runs.
You could probably manage that. I've always wondered what it would cost for someone of quasi-celebrity stature, just a ton of money. The NVIDIA guy, could he get Maroon 5 to play his wedding or whatever? And how often does that sort of thing happen?
Well, I do know that a while ago we found a list. There used to be one. This was like 10 years ago. We found a list because we hire occasionally. We get a band to do the December to Remember and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And one of the managers had a list of what it costs to get bands to do private gigs. And by the way, that's saying that even if you can get them, I'm sorry, but you're not getting Beyonce, no matter what you pay, is not showing up to your backyard.
Right.
But there's some dude out in the Arab world that probably can get Beyonce to show up with the right amount of money.
Yeah, you occasionally see it at at a big Indian wedding or at a bar mitzvah or whatever. A rapper shows up and performs. You're like, holy, how did this happen?
But there was a list, and there were some decent names on there, some fairly big stars, and it had a list of what it would cost, and you'd be surprised at how cheap some notable musicians were. Like for 30 to 50 grand, which again is a lot of money,
but not for somebody of that stature.
Yes, I was surprised, but I think the big ones were all $1 million plus to get them to show up and play an hour set. Just if you're getting anyone of significant note, you're writing a check for $1 million.
Former Cougars head coach Mike Leech, gone but not forgotten. Here are his thoughts on marriage.
Coach, I know you have strong thoughts on weddings. I'm in the middle of planning one right now. Do you have any advice for me?
Who are you marrying?
His name is Trevor.
Okay, well, I'll have to just set up a meeting and I'll talk to him. Okay, so where's Trevor from?
He's from Florida.
What does Trevor do for a living?
He works in sports as well, covers football.
He does what?
He covers football as well.
Really? Well, I don't know. We'll keep a close eye on it, but whatever you and Trevor decide, I would kind of keep it on the down low, which you failed to do that. Trevor was probably planning to, but you didn't. So go ahead and don't say anything else about it, but as soon as the season's over, or even an off week, go elope. Trust me on that. Go elope. Because basically every female in the family is going to terrorize you guys until it's over. Once it's over, I mean, they'll be upset for a few days, but it'll be over. And then, you cruise along, have a happy marriage, have a happy life.
I'll pass along the message. Thanks, Coach. Congrats on the win.
Trevor, unless he's crazy, is totally on my side. And trust me on this. If Trevor doesn't have the sense to do that, tell him to call me, because, I mean, he needs to do trust. I've told all my kids, I'll give you $10,000 extra if you elope. So far, they haven't done it, but I would, too.
I'll have him call you, for sure.
All right.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, thanks.
What if you got Mike Leach to kick in an extra 10 grand for not having a big wedding?
It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. And don't even get me started there. You're going to get me on a hold. Don't get me started on engagement rings. This is the other one.
3-month salary.
You know what? You take that 3-month salary and cram it real tight. So here's my other one that weddings make no sense to me whatsoever. It's the idea of marriage. It doesn't make any sense to me. But say you're going to get married. So this is forever, right? This is an eternal love. Like we're never going to part. Never, right? We're married till death do us part. So what you want me to do is go out and spend, I don't know, like what's the average engagement ring? Where we going anywhere from I don't know, $5,000 to $25,000.
Yeah.
It's a broad range, but let's just say that.
Really?
How about we just say, let's just break it off. We'll go 14 grand. 14 grand. Why not? So I'm gonna spend $14,000 on something, which, by the way, no one will ever know if it's real or not whatsoever. No one will. We're married forever, so therefore you're never going to sell it because it's so precious and dear to you. It doesn't do anything. It just sits on your finger until one day maybe it falls off or you lose it or something. But you want me to spend as much money as humanly possible and probably go into debt and finance that simply for what reason? So that you can say, he loves me so much that he bought me something that literally does nothing other than sit on my finger. But the amount of money that he spends is determinant to how much he loves me.
Right in the butt.
Yeah. And by the way, we can make a diamond that is actually better. We can now make diamonds that are brighter, that are clearer, that look better. And the only way you can tell is by a machine.
Why anyone wouldn't go synthetic diamond these days, I do not know.
Because that means that you're cheap and you don't love me.
No, it doesn't. It means you have a gorgeous diamond.
It makes zero sense to me. Zero, the whole thing. I am so with Mike Leach. And hopefully my gal listens to none of this. Otherwise, I'm going to catch never-ending hell when I get home. And she's going to be like, why do you hate me and hate love?
You can get Quiet Riot to play at your wedding for $12K.
Will has a good list, and because we might get to the Seahawks sometime in the next half hour. We might not. We might get into how much it costs to book certain bands for your wedding.
Well, we can save that for the club. I got derailed there by my whole wedding rant because it's something I feel very passionate about. In case you couldn't tell, we'll do the football thing, and then when in the club, we can go back to getting quiet to pay our wedding.
You can figure out how much Uncle Cracker will cost you for your wedding.
Come on, feel the noise in the club. Coming up next, however, the Seahawks, the Mike McDonald era. Will they be trending up? Will they be trending down? Souk has the answer, but first, Orton with SportsCenter. Earl and Russell Wilson were in town for Seattle. Geno Smith been the man under center for a couple years. And now Pete Carroll moving on to almost like a professor emeritus capacity because he's still kind of around, but definitely.
Well, he wanted to coach, and he got the Bill Belichick treatment in that he was.
They respectfully ushered him out.
Well, he was willing to take a lesser role, and they were like, "No,
we're good.
We don't want you to take a lesser role. We don't think you can take a lesser role," and so they've they moved on. Pete has no influence over that anymore. They just
no. But he didn't even stay on in a it feels like he's still around the organization. He probably does public appearances and things like that, but he's not involved in the football side of things anymore. No, that is it's still John Schneider, but it's Mike McDonald's bailiwick now. And what are we expecting out of the Seahawks this year, in which feels like they bring back quite a bit of their same roster. They've been a really competitive team. They've had certainly some serious issues, and it feels like last year they were kind of volatile. They ebbed and flowed, and I don't really know, based on what we saw last year and based on what McDonald's going to bring. You assume the defense will be better, but what are you expecting from the entire team? And their win total is placed at about 8.5.
7.5.
Okay.
The official run. And by the way, I'm already pounding it. I'll take the over all day on that. I think Seattle is way better than anyone's given them credit for. This was one of my 10. We did, throughout the course of the show, we've done my 10 storylines to watch going into the NFL, and I think Seattle is one of those. Seattle is back-to-back years at 9-8, and I think when you look at the Seattle roster, I think it's one of the sneakier good rosters in the NFL. Now, where I think Seattle has some deficiencies is that they're just not elite at a lot of things.
Yeah.
I think they have an elite receiving core. I think when you look at DK Metcalf, you look at Tyler Lockett, and I think Jackson Smith and Jigba, by the way, is going to have a big year.
I think he's going to be good.
And he'll be their number 2 guy. I think this is Lockett's last year. Lockett, I think next year has like a ridiculous cap hit. I think it ends up being like $28 million.
No way they give him that.
Lockett's gone. So Smith and Jigba will end up being the number 2 guy. And by the way, I guess they really like the Jake Bobo kid.
Yeah.
So like they've got some really good depth there.
White guy who runs great routes, gotta love it.
Yeah, and D. Eskridge. So like I think it's an elite receiving core. Outside of that, I don't know if there is any position that is elite, but I also don't think there's any position that's bad. The linebacking core is the one where I think there's some questions, because you're counting on the 2 new guys with Dotson from Buffalo and Jerome Baker from Miami, and both of those guys have been hurt.
Mm-hmm.
We think they're going to be ready to go at the start of the season. So outside of linebacker, I don't have any real questions. I think if both tackles are healthy, and again, all signs point to that, I think you have a very solid offensive line. I think you have 2 very good backs. I think you have a very, very solid quarterback. Dude, Geno Smith, how many years does Geno Smith have to do this before we just look at him and he's a good quarterback? He's not elite, but he's really good.
He's better than serviceable. A lot of times he's above average, and I feel like he's got a pretty high floor.
Yes.
Like at this point, you're not going to go out and get a total dud from him.
No.
You're not going to get like a Zach Wilson game out of him. Like you know what you're getting with Geno, and it's pretty good.
And I think you have a very good secondary, and I think some of that, if that secondary kind of grows and develops, I think you could end up with an elite secondary.
Definitely.
Devin Witherspoon is going to be an all-pro player. Like he's
6th overall pick from 2 years ago.
Dude is straight legit, and there's a ton of depth and flexibility in that secondary. And I think you've got a good defensive front. I think you have a very deep and flexible defensive front. Leonard Williams is good. Draymond Jones is a guy that I need to see something of. That guy got $18 million last year to be the definition of meh. But if he can be what he was the last year in Denver, you spent on Byron Murphy. I think the makings of this are really good. And their run defense the last 2 years has been atrocious. And you think Mike McDonald coming over, who everyone just swears by, you would think that he's going to give a bump to that. So if this is a 9-8 team the last 2 years, and you bring in this defensive guru that everyone's high on, and I think the roster continues to get better, I don't know why Seattle isn't being talked about as a 10 or an 11 win team. And yeah, they play in a tough division, but I've seen people giving love to Arizona. Why?
That one
hell is Arizona
perplexes
done?
me. I don't understand
It's
that
because
at all.
of the quarterback. I think there really is a national perspective of when you saw Geno Smith at the beginning of his career, you saw him in New York, so he gets the most scrutiny, and he was absolutely horrific. Now he's grown up a little bit, and I would agree with you, Suk. I think this team is going to be better than most people think. But I think the reason they're not getting the national love is because of who the quarterback is. And then the real question is this year, if they can keep those 2 tackles healthy, that's where you're going to see the growth offensively. When you had Lucas and Cross go down at the beginning of the year, hell, they went down in the first game. You saw that offense struggle until they both came back and were both healthy. So that would be where my worry is. Like, has Stone Forsythe grown to be that third tackle when there is injury issues? Because it is football.
And they got Fant back, right? And
Right.
He'll be their swing tackle. Look, you need every team. Dude, there's no team in the NFL that if you lose your tackles, that you're fine.
Right.
The Kansas City Chiefs have both tackles, and they lost the Super Bowl. Like, you can't win without tackle play. I totally get that. But that's 90% of the teams in the NFL. And they also play 4 rookie quarterbacks this year. They're going to play Bo Nix. They're going to play Drake May. Caleb Williams, that's towards the end of the year, and maybe by then you don't necessarily count him as a rookie. We don't know if J.J. McCarthy is going to start, but it's a very manageable schedule.
Could be 5 with Atlanta.
Yeah, we don't know what's happening with the Achilles boy, so we may get Penix Jr. I think Seattle is just top to bottom. I think it's a really solid team that, by the way, the last couple of years has had big wins, and with the exception of the Baltimore game last year where they got the break speed off of them, their losses were close losses. They had a big win over Detroit. Now the Niners are a problem. The Niners own them. I think they've won five in a row against them, including the playoffs. But I think Seattle, if you're talking to me about value, 7.5 win total, or a team that didn't make the playoffs that could be a playoff team this year because you get a 50% turnover, I don't see why it can't be the Seattle Seahawks. I think Seattle, they're not San Francisco, but I certainly think they're better than the Cardinals, and I don't see why the Rams are so much better than Seattle. I think the Rams were a nice surprise, plucky team last year and caught some people off guard. But when I look up and down the rosters, yes, Matthew Stafford is better than Geno Smith, but I think Seattle's got a lot that I would say is better than
more
the
complete,
Rams.
more complete depth, maybe.
So, to me, they're right there, and I think that's a very tough division. But to me, Seattle is certainly competing for the second best team in that division, and it wouldn't shock me if you had 3 teams from that division end up going to the postseason. And one of those teams to me is not Arizona.
We'll let you ponder this over the break. I want to get to do a little dealer's choice on quarterback talk coming back, but also these are the 7 playoff teams in the NFC from a year ago: San Francisco, Dallas, Detroit, Tampa, Philly, the LA Rams, and the Packers. If the Seahawks are making the playoffs, which one of those teams is not? We'll discuss that coming up next, plus a little quarterback spin the wheel. That's coming up on Primetime, 1080 The Fan. as well. May address that a little bit later. But asked you guys before the break to ponder if the Seattle Seahawks were to make the playoffs this year, which one of the 7 teams from last year do you think they would bump? Or better said, which one of the 7 teams from last year do you think will not be back to the playoffs?
Well, the Niners will be back. I think the NFC East is just going to get one. I don't think they're going to get. They don't get 2 in. I think
they got Dallas and Philly last year.
They got Dallas and Philly in, and I'm not certain if that happens again. I think Philly is interesting in that. I know they started out the year like with 9 or 10 wins, but boy, they folded like a pair of 2s, blew the division, and in the playoffs they were an absolute just disaster. I'm not certain that Philly is a playoff team this year. So whether it's Philly or Dallas, I don't think the Giants are a playoff team. Washington certainly isn't. So whoever ends up not winning the East, Dallas or Philadelphia, I think there's a real chance they end up missing the playoffs. I think the Rams could end up missing the playoffs. Again, I think that division could get 3 playoff teams, but the Rams and the Seahawks, to me, that's a flip a coin. I still think the Niners win that division. The NFC North is going to be tough, but I do think the North will get the 2 teams in. I like the Lions and I like the Packers. And then the South, I mean, I guess like you go with Tampa. I mean, someone has to win that. Maybe that's Atlanta. If Cousins is healthy, then I'll take Atlanta and the Bucks miss. So in order, I would say maybe the Bucks most likely to miss, and then whatever the Cowboys or the Eagles, and then maybe an outside chance of the Rams. But obviously, I like the Niners and I like the Packers to get back, and then of course the winner of the NFC East.
Will, what about you? You think about the same as far as team that might not make it next year from the NFC?
Yeah, I would throw the Rams a little bit lower down there. I just feel like they're getting older, specifically on defense. I mean, you lost probably the greatest defensive player in the last century, like to retirement. Stafford's not getting any younger. Cooper Kupp keeps getting hurt every other year. You know, Puka Nakua's been great, but other than him, everyone's older. So I worry a little bit about the Rams. And then when I look at it, I mean, the East just seems so topsy-turvy, and I just feel like when you look at the Eagles, you lost your number 1 player, your leader, the heart and soul of your team. Jason Kelce retired. It feels like Nick Sirianni is that CEO type coach that we talk about, where he has to have a good OC and a good DC. He's not the one who's making the play calls.
Hey, they promoted Big Dom this year, so look out.
That's right. Big Dom is now calling the plays.
Well, I don't think he's calling them, but I think they did upgrade his
they had
status.
They had to so they could stay on the sidelines.
Yeah, so you could push more Niners linebackers. That's right.
So when I just look at this Eagles team, I feel like they went into a free fall last year because they got stale, and now you're banking on Nick Sirianni finding 2 coordinators that can do what the coordinators Steichen and I'm blanking on the other guy.
Jonathan Gannon.
Thank you. That did 2 years ago that led you to a Super Bowl. I just don't totally buy that, and I still don't even love the Cowboys. I don't love what's going on.
I don't either.
So for me, it really feels like it's Rams, and it feels like it's Eagles, and then maybe Cowboys 3rd, Tampa Bay 3rd.
I know we have plenty of meat left on the bone here for your storyline, Suk, but I'll let you spin the wheel here. You sent me a list of quarterback names, all in very different stages of the career, all looking to prove very different things. Mm-hmm. Whose 2024 season or story are you most interested in how it unfolds? I was going to say, is it Deshaun Watson, Anthony Richardson, Jordan Love, or Jalen Hurts?
It's Deshaun Watson for me. Deshaun Watson got the biggest guaranteed deal in NFL history. And Deshaun Watson at the age of 24 was not arguably, he was one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. You can make an argument he was a top 3 or 4 quarterback in the league. And sits out a year, forces his way out of Houston because he doesn't want to play for that franchise. And I don't blame him. That thing was poorly run, and there was some bad racial and misogynistic overtones there. Oh, and by the way, you were the one starting some of that misogyny because the whole massage thing.
Yep.
So he sits out a year. He ends up in Cleveland.
Misogyny or misogyny?
Both. So he ends up going to Cleveland. Cleveland gives up a ransom for him.
Yep.
Because players of his caliber, you don't get top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the league under the age of 26. They don't become available ever Does not happen.
Yep. So they thought they had a shot at something.
So Cleveland
really great.
goes all in, and Cleveland's roster, top to bottom, is as good as anyone's in the NFL. Just is. There's players at all three levels of the defense. They have a good O-line. They went out and they went and got a number one receiver. They've got a good back. Obviously, health wise, that's an issue, but it's a complete roster. And now you're adding the most expensive quarterback of all time. And a guy that the NFL, by the way, refused to, like, normally when quarterbacks do that resets the market. His deal was so egregious that everyone else in the NFL was
kind of like, no.
Like, no, we're not.
We're not going there.
We're not doing that. And I kid you not, Deshaun Watson has been arguably the worst starting quarterback since being in Cleveland. Since he came back from the suspension, it was an abomination. And then last year, I know there was some injury there, but even when he was healthy, he was a bottom tier quarterback. I saw like some of the advanced stats on him. It's alarming. Like there was one where it was clean pocket open receiver.
Mm-hmm.
So those are throws that you have to make. Geno Smith, by the way, led the league in clean pocket open receivers. He completes over 80% of his passes when it's a clean pocket open receiver. You don't miss those throws. You have to have those, right? Deshaun Watson. Yes, that Deshaun Watson, not Geno Smith, Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson missed over 40%. He had a 46% incompletion rate on clean pocket open receivers. Those are usually checkdowns. Those are usually because guys aren't open deep. That doesn't happen. Clean pocket open receiver is usually a busted coverage or a nice little slant or something. And he can barely complete 50% of his throws. Like by most advanced metrics, Deshaun Watson is a bottom 3 or 4 starting quarterback in the league. I don't know what happened. This isn't an injury.
And is there coming back from that? Can you find your old formal, or is this who he is now? That's the question, right?
If this is who he is, it will be the greatest fall off in NFL history. I cannot recall, not injury based, right? I know he's been nicked up a little bit, but this is not blew out your shoulder. This isn't, knee destroyed. This isn't Bo Jackson resurface hip type stuff.
This has lost some time and came back a completely different player.
Never seen it. I've never seen. Michael Vick went to prison for 2 years in his 30s and came back a better quarterback than when he went in. I've never seen this before. I keep waiting. I'm like, well, and I obviously no one roots for Deshaun Watson, and I'm not saying I am, but I keep waiting. I keep telling myself eventually the real Deshaun Watson will stand up. He'll go Slim Shady. He has to stand up at some point. And here we are in year 3. If it doesn't happen this year, it doesn't happen. It is by far my most interesting quarterback in this year's, like, to what's going to happen. And seemingly, again, I don't know if it's because it's uncomfortable with the massage stuff that we don't talk about it, but was his confidence shattered? Is it a public perception thing? Because everywhere he goes, he gets booed and he gets hissed. Is it between his ears? Because I don't know another reason why. It's a better team, top to bottom, than what he had in Houston. He was largely doing it in Houston on his own. It was him and Hopkins. Without much, bad offensive line, not a great supporting cast around him. He was a one-man wrecking crew. And now he's in a nice structured offense with a lot of good things around him, and he sucks?
Yep.
Someone explain to me, other than having a mental break, what happened to Deshaun Watson?
He hasn't thrown for 1,500 yards since 2020.
No.
Not 2,000. 1,500.
Which in today's NFL is nothing.
Yeah, it is just beyond strange. And like last year, I think he only played 6 or 7 games. Like there was like one game where you're like, oh, is it coming back? And then you're like, nope. And now he's hurt. So I just think there is a ton of pressure because the Cleveland Browns with Joe Flacco, for God's sakes. Joe Flacco led Cleveland. Like if you can win with Joe Flacco, there's no excuses. There's no excuses for Deshaun Watson to come in.
Well, shoot, they ran Baker Mayfield out of town for Deshaun, and he's making the playoffs with the Bucs.
Yes.
I mean, and at the time, that seemed like the obvious decision. Of course you would rather have Deshaun over Baker, but now Not so much.
So it's go time for Deshaun Watson.
We will dive back into more NFL storylines. Again, I'm sure before the season picks up once again, we have a lot more quarterback stuff to talk. Can the 49ers finally get over the hump? There's a lot more there, but we got to get to the club. Lots going on. Is the military getting our vets addicted to slot machines? Plus, a couple Georgia besties stooping their students. Not exactly allowed. I'll get into the details. That's coming up on Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
with a chicken.
How and why are you drunk at 6 o'clock?
Well, the how's pretty self-explanatory, and the why is because I thought we were leaving at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Ergo, Latin, plenty of time to sleep it off.
At the club, return his calls, you freaking bitch! What is up with that? She is an aloof bitch. Because this bitch is behind maintenance. Kick the ball, you little bitch! Pop me up over there, bitch! He put the USDA stamp on his dong. Black dong. Black, please, thank you. I've never seen so much dong in my life. I came hard today. I'm coming hard.
I'm
Right in
Jason
the butt.
Skanik. My penis is very, very important to me.
Spit on that thing!
I can squirt or suck, yes. And I can squirt from a distance.
Yeah.
Well, when Rob's not here, we certainly like to get through the array of Rob drops. And some Sook drops as well. Nice job, Ortner.
Pop me up over there, bitch!
There it is.
America, yeah!
It's almost 4th of July, baby.
Yeah, I don't know. The 4th of July.
Balls, yeah!
Well, I do enjoy the 4th of July. I mean, I love a good barbecue and all that. Like, I don't know. I don't get too caught up in it.
I used to love, I mean, I still really enjoy it. I loved it way more as a kid when it was like all day pool parties and water balloon fights and parades and barbecues and a day off of, well, I guess it wasn't school, a day off of baseball practice probably.
I mean, I like it. It'd be fun if it was on a Friday and we got the 3-day, like a 3-day weekend sort of thing. I have nothing against. I enjoy the 4th of July. I guess it's just, I don't know. It's as I've gotten older. As I've gotten older, it's lost some of its luster, I think, a little bit.
I was talking about this with a guy at the gym today. I don't think that I've done anything for the 4th of July since probably like high school. Like I just kind of hang out. If someone lights off fireworks, cool. If not, like I usually have something going on the next day.
Yeah, I used to take my kids. We used to go down to the beach a bunch, and we did the kids like to do the fireworks. Or when I lived in La Center, we went to a couple people's homes that when you live in the country, people like fireworks.
Yep.
Like, and, it was there was definitely some like, holy hell, how much did you spend on fireworks? Like professional type shows. And I've been down to the Fort Vancouver a couple times, and we've done that. I mean, it's just, I feel like in general, like no one likes fireworks anymore. Like there's not as many public displays. I don't think the Fort's done them for a couple of years, if I'm not mistaken. They're banned around the city.
Just being pro-American has somehow become polarizing.
Yeah, that whole thing.
There's the whole like, well, is your patriotism real or is it not?
Yeah, what kind of American are you?
Yeah, flags!
In some ways, yeah, like the 4th of July, much like it's been co-opted again by a bunch of white trash kid rockers, which is kind of
uneducated beer, man!
So it's strange. I don't know. I love our country. I love our birthday, and I'm grateful for all that. I don't know. Now that my kids are older, like we used to go to the rodeo a bunch.
Yeah, I've done the St. Paul rodeo for 4th of July. That's a good time.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe, I don't know. Lately, it's like be at my house and drink some beers and grill. But is it much different than like just a Saturday where I'm drinking beer and grilling?
I'm gonna go to the gym. Nothing's gonna change other than coming into work.
Of course you are.
Will these gains aren't gonna stop for the 4th of July.
It's a leg day.
Will's got to work on his remedial squat thrusts.
George Washington would want me to be squatting. He was a quad father. Now I can be too.
Getting a lot of thoughts from the text line here. First of all, one saying that all holidays start to suck as you get older, which I could buy that to a degree. I do think that maybe 4th of July is a young man's holiday. When you're like a kid, it's awesome because it's pool parties and water balloon fights. I think when you're even like a college age or just post-college kid, there's lots of house parties, which is like a cool thing. It's go up on someone's roof and try to watch the fireworks. Like, it's just a good midweek drinking holiday often. Yeah. But now as you get older, it's like, am I going to go to this person's barbecue who I only kind of like? And, it's there, I think.
Yeah, so I don't want to poo-poo the 4th of July because, hey, America, baby, let's go. I love a little national pride.
Me too.
And so I don't want to poo-poo it. I guess I said and I didn't even realize it's happening. It's lost some momentum. I guess, in my life.
Another texter here says, go to the Cascade Locks, best fireworks show and not a bunch of crackheads.
Oh, okay.
And one here saying, I'm dreading tomorrow. All the billies come down from the hills and try to set my house on fire.
Yeah, that certainly is a thing.
I got my teeth knocked out on 4th of July once.
What?
Yeah. I was in college. I was at a friend's party and drinking, as one does in college. And a friend of mine from high school, who I hadn't seen since I graduated high school, like a year and a half before, he's like, oh, Buckley! And he runs up from behind me and gives me like a big bear hug. And I was hammered and I lost my balance. And I started falling forward. And he had me so tight in this bear hug that I couldn't put my arms out to break my fall. And so I kind of just turned my head to the side and bang, right on the cement there.
On an unrelated note, the X Games is on in the background. You want to know what sort of dead period we are in sports?
Dude. Except for Tony Hawk, who's still out there.
Am I the only one? And by the way, skateboarding, incredible. Like, those guys are sick. Is anyone besides me, I can't fully respect a sport if the best people in the world are like 13?
Yeah.
Like, is that
It's like video games for you?
Yeah, it's like, don't get me wrong. Those guys that play like e-games, I can't even fathom doing that. So I'm not trying to in any way throw shade at them. But like this little girl, she looks like she's like 12 and she just dominated the dojo. And I saw some kid recently pulled off I think it was a 900, like only Tony Hawk had done it. And he did 2 back-to-back and he's like 12. And while that's really cool and unbelievable, I struggle with something that the best in the world at it that are 13.
Yeah, the gal that you just watched, her name is Arisa True, and she is 14 years old.
Yeah, dude,
she just turned 14 2 months ago.
Yeah, she's ridiculous. But at the same time, it's like, you're the best in the world at something? You're 14?
Yeah, I always think of gymnastics when it comes to that. Like what we send to the Olympics, and I mean, for so many years, it's like, oh yeah, that 16-year-old, that 14-year-old is like gonna do 17, or figure skaters for that matter, like do all the flips and twists because they're just like this small package. Yeah. But
there's a local
crazy
gymnast who's on the U.S. team.
That's right. Actually, I think there are 2 because
went to Prairie.
One of them is so there's Jade Carey, who is, I believe, that she goes to Oregon State, and then there's another gal who, like you said, Jordan Childs, who's from Southwest Washington.
Yeah. Again, it's just it's weird. You're the best in the world at something, and you can't drive.
William,
she can drive.
Earlier in the show,
She's
you
like 2
said
years younger than me.
You said you got a list of how much it would cost to get certain musical acts playing at your wedding. Do you still have that list?
I do, yeah.
What do we have? Give us some highlights. Start maybe, we want to start high end or low end, Suk?
Well, I think the high end ones, that shouldn't be that shocking.
Like, but I'm curious what those cost.
Kid Rock, $200K.
Yeah, he's desperate.
Fat, uneducated beer.
There is, by the way, look, I think we've all listened to Kid Rock at some point in our lives.
Sure, ba what to ba, to bangy bang diggy.
There is an article in Rolling Stone that came out like a month or 2 ago.
Oh, I saw some of this. Dude, he's off his freaking rocker.
You should read it. Like he's doing bits. Like the Rolling Stone interviewer, is like, oh my God. And Kid Rock goes, dude, write the most hateful stuff about me. He goes, just write it. At this point, Kid Rock knows that his career is over, so he's leaning into the whole MAGA thing.
Yeah.
He's doing bits.
And he was all like messed up and drunk while he was doing the interview.
Yeah, dude,
the interviewer made it sound like it was a tough scene.
It's something else. But yeah, $200K. I'll bet you there's plenty of people hiring him at $200K.
Who else we got?
Kings of Leon, you can get them for $400K.
Oh, it's like my wife's favorite band. We're not going to be able to afford that, even if we still needed to get married.
That's a good chunk.
$400K, man.
And that's if you can get them to do it. They're not coming to play your backyard.
No.
You'd have to have
no.
You'd have to have a proper arena.
Although maybe they'd like to.
Can I interest you in Justin Bieber, Justin Timberlake, or Dave Matthews? Because they're all going to roll in at about $1 million.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think to even begin to sniff anyone like that.
I'm actually a little surprised that Matthews is on the same tier as Bieber and Timberlake.
I'm not. Dave Matthews is a big deal.
I know he is, but I guess I don't feel...
I don't get Matthews.
I don't think of him... I mean, I guess the degrees of stardom are easily debatable, but I think of Timberlake and Bieber as like global superstar icon types. Not that Matthews didn't have music that
Dude,
span the globe, but
Dave Matthews is one of those bands that you don't like. Patrick Harris, Dave Matthews is his favorite artist.
Is that right?
Dave Matthews is one of those that you may not think about, but anytime that guy tours, dude, that guy puts asses in seats. Dave Matthews is one of those sneaky famous dudes that you don't appreciate truly how big he is.
His concert was a big deal when I worked security at the Gorge.
Yes.
A big deal. And here's the part that's crazy. I don't think I could name you a Dave Matthews song. I know I've heard Dave Matthews.
Yeah.
You would probably,
Couldn't
I mean, the
name a
most
song.
recognizable are probably Crash and,
he's
and Ants Marching.
He's got a ton of hits.
Yeah.
Dave
No
Matthews
idea.
has been a big deal for like 30 years. So that doesn't shock me that he's on that level. And I would wonder, like with Bieber, I don't think you can get Bieber for $1 million. Like,
I bet you he runs it higher.
yes, and I'm guessing too that you really gotta. Again, I wonder like if you're just some. Like if there's like certain qualifications, or if you have $1 million, you can hire Justin Bieber. You can hire Justin Bieber, who also I believe is going insane.
Speaking of Bieber and weddings, he actually recently got married. Did you know that he got married in a fitted Atlanta Braves baseball hat worn backwards?
Oh yeah, look at that.
Nice.
Yeah.
That guy's my hero.
His wife is like taking it seriously, and he's got like a baggy Sherpa fleece and a Braves hat on.
Well,
And I guess you can do what you want when you got that kind of coin.
well, dude, I kind of feel bad for Biebs. There's a
Oh,
really
yeah.
good. There's a really good YouTube clip. Do you remember when Britney Spears was going through her? Well, I guess she still is.
The movie, yeah.
But they did the whatever the
Saving Britney.
yeah
or
the Saving
whatever,
Britney or whatever, and
Yeah.
they put together that like a montage of people treating Britney Spears when she was like 16, 17, how uncomfortable it was. Where like Jay Leno was talking about her breasts and. Like people were asking her sexually charged questions when she was like 16.
Yep.
Remember all that?
Yeah, the whole after she had dated Justin Timberlake. So did you stay a virgin or didn't you? And
Right? Like it's really really uncomfortable to watch. And some of this was like mainstream, like I said, like Jay Leno, David Letterman, like talk show hosts.
It was totally mainstream.
It was
news fodder.
It's so sleazy, dude. Someone did one for Justin Bieber, and it's just as bad. Like Justin Bieber is like 13 years old, and there are. People are like female hosts and female I forget who the celebrity is. It's a well-known female celebrity. I'm trying to remember who it was. Literally like molests him on stage at like an MTV Video Music Awards, and Justin Bieber is literally pushing her away. It's like 13 or 14 years old, and he's shoving her off, and she keeps coming back trying to like grab his ass and like kiss him. It is so uncomfortable to watch. And you can see on his face he is not playing along, and they do this in all these different interviews, and no one thinks about it because he's a kid, and so we have this idea of like, oh man, how awesome it was. He was 13 and probably getting laid left and right. I'm telling you, that kid went through just as much, if not more, than Britney Spears. And now, like when you see him and he has all these mental problems, and he had to go off tour, and he's broken down, and like he's bunched around all these different religions and all this stuff, dude, that kid got put through the ringer.
He's gone through it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just, without even hearing him speak, you can kind of just look through his physical transformation. It looks like a guy who's been lost.
Well,
for a
and
while.
he also got a lot more hate than people realize. Like,
Yes.
think about being famous at 13. All of your friends then hate you because I was 13 when he was 13. We all hated him. Not that we were friends of his, but everyone your age group, all the girls love you, but all the boys despise you, hate you. And that probably ranges all the way up to like probably 21 when he was 13, because all the 21-year-old girls, as creepy as it sounds, were big Justin Bieber fans. So naturally the guys are like, that guy sucks. I hate him.
Well, exactly. And then I mean, I don't mean to get like uber dark, but dude, he was around P. Diddy a lot.
Ooh, that's right.
And there's
I forgot that.
And you know, it's not an if or and anymore with P. Diddy. Like P. Diddy was sexually abusing men, like grown men, and P. Diddy was around young Justin Bieber a lot.
Yeah.
And again, there is some really uncomfortable video of some of P. Diddy's interaction, Sean Puffy Combs, whatever, of him and Bieber. Again, now looking in hindsight, you go back and look at those videos, you're like, oh my God. And for all the talk of and the whole Me Too movement, absolutely, some of the things that female stars had to go through in to get to where they're at. Dude, from Kevin Spacey to P. Diddy, Taylor Lautner has talked about this. It's just as bad for young male stars. It's just that no one seems to care. And I'll bet you that, unfortunately, I'm guessing that Justin Bieber had some really, 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 really bad things done to him under the guise of, do you want to be a star? And so I feel bad. I feel bad for the kid.
I do
don't
too.
know how
I
we
mean,
went from, can you get Justin Bieber for $1 million to, oh my God, Justin Bieber was probably abused by God knows how many different people.
we'll see who else we can get for what price. Musically, of course.
Yes.
Golly, Buckley.
Well, but
Figure it
I mean,
out.
Honestly, at this point, from all the Nickelodeon stuff, the Michael Jackson stuff, the Sean Combs stuff, dude, can we all just admit that if you're a kid and you're trying to make it in Hollywood, there's usually a price to pay, and that price is...
Usually it's not the kid that wants to make it in Hollywood.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's the
read
parents.
Jeanette
Yeah.
McCurdy's book. Oh my God.
It just, I feel like we just, dude, we serve up kids to sex predators, and we're like, well, hey, you ended up being a star, so couldn't have been all that bad. Like, that seems to be the mentality, and it is bad. And yes, like the parents, whether you think Michael Jackson did or not, go watch that Michael Jackson, the Finding Neverland or whatever. Dude, those rumors were out there about Michael for a long time, and he had already been accused multiple times, and parents were like,
Still let their kids
parents
around
were like,
them.
here, take my kid. No, take
It's
my
Michael
kid.
Jackson, of
Take my
course.
kid, take my kid, take my kid. And then they were like, money, please.
Nope. All right, when we get back, maybe a little dealer's choice. We have horny teachers. We have...
Speaking of that.
Yeah, we've got military slot machines, and we've got paralyzed at a bachelor party. We'll decide where Sook wants to go next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now.
Welcome back to the club. We are way behind, but that's no new news around here.
I blame you.
Yeah, I blame me too. Where do you want to start, Sook? We've
piece of garbage!
Justin Bieber hater.
Boy's ass!
Well, yeah, now that we've gotten through the
Biebs.
the tragic story of Justin Bieber and his connections with Diddy, you want to talk about the U.S. military profiting off of veteran gambling addiction too? Or do you want to get into the
Is there
two?
anything that isn't depressing? Molesting young Hollywood stars and the military.
Well, I mean, we could do non-stars, the ride or die best friends that had sex with students while working in the Georgia school district.
Again, now we've
Getting
gone
a little
from
closer, warmer.
Now we've gone from molesting teen stars to just molesting
Regular teens.
Regular teens.
Yeah.
Hey, stars, they're just like us. They
Yeah.
get diddled too.
Or getting paralyzed.
Thank you. Bye.
Or getting paralyzed on your bachelorette party.
It's the most depressing club of all. Just go back to find out how much it costs
Well,
for me to get Foreigner to
If
play
you
at
really
my
want,
bar
Sook,
mitzvah.
I told you about it off air. We can talk about Peg Fest.
I'm intrigued.
I hope you're not, or maybe I hope you are. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he's a bro. Maybe he's being liberated. Liberated.
Bros aren't doing that, but I do want to laugh
Oh,
about
I think
it.
bros are doing that. I think that's the whole point of this. That bros are
doing it.
So
yeah.
Maybe
well,
I'm not so bro-y
We'll
anymore.
keep it short so we can get to break here. But I saw this story pop up. It was not in my initial notes, but boy, the New York Post is really good for some salacious headlines. And the headline was, "Straight New York City men probe submissive side as surprise sex act has them hot and bothered."
Hold on, everybody.
Yeah, hold on, everybody is right.
Here's the situation.
Well, the situation is that many heterosexual cisgender males between the ages or between their 20s and 60s are attending pegging classes in New York to see if they like that.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Do you really need a class?
Are you kidding me?
Right in the butt.
By the way, I love that now. Whatever you want to be called, I don't care. I'll call you whatever you want. Just give me some leeway here. I may not understand it all, but I don't care. Whatever you need to feel good about yourself. But I love now that that we've now created a new gender on a gender that was already there.
That's right, cisgender.
So if you're
Born
just,
male, still a male.
Yeah.
I think is what that means.
Isn't that you're
or
just isn't
born
that,
one way, born with one set of parts, still have those set of parts and identify as
that
such?
you're just a male?
Yeah.
You're just a straight.
Yeah.
You're just a straight male. We've now had to create a separate term for just a straight male. Like it, I swear, it's baffling at times.
To indicate just how mainstream this sex act has become, it was even mentioned in a Deadpool and Wolverine Disney movie trailer earlier this year.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure if that makes it.
Well, that was mentioned in they did that in the first Deadpool. On International Women's Day, there's a scene there where Ryan Reynolds is like, nope.
Well, you may
you cisgendered bitches.
Maybe you need to be interested because it says if done correctly, it can result in a full-bodied sensation physiologically much more similar to the female climax. So
What?
maybe pegging is for you, Sook.
What do we this? So we need a class?
I don't know.
We need a class for it? Boy, I'll
Is
tell
there
you
a
what.
diagram?
I would be, yeah, is there like a CPR dummy? How does that work?
I don't understand what would happen in this class other than lube up, let's go. Like what else is there?
Yeah, isn't that literally just go slow and provide?
Is the professor an expert in this study?
Well, we do have a quote here. Oh, man, this is great. It says, experts have attributed the rise of pegging to a long list of cultural changes, including shifting gender identities, relationships, and sexual preferences. Quote, it's helping break down stigma against sexuality, gender, power, mental health, vulnerability, and the list goes on. Certified sex educator Sonny Megatron said.
Whoa.
Wait, Megatron's in this?
He's the editor-in-chief of Zipper Magazine and the co-host of the American Sex Podcast.
Isn't he a Decepticon?
You just dropped Sonny
Megatron.
Oh my God.
And he said, and that's not even factoring in the earth-shattering orgasms.
Old Sonny Megatron.
Megatron's not a good guy. I just want that very clear.
Yes, Megatron is very much he's very much an enemy to the people.
He's a Decepticon.
But someone who goes by Mistress Red warned of jumping right in, so apparently we can't just lube up and let's go. Says they highly recommend you do your research and practice. It is a muscle that you have to work at. Mistress Red apparently is a dominatrix. She said she can't just be sticking things up there.
Again, then do you need a class? Can't you just... Again, I'm doing it wrong? Boy, I'll tell you what, we're living in some great times. For everyone that says how bad life is and how awful it is, this is when you know that life's going fine. Okay?
People are signing up for new sex classes.
When this is what you have to worry about, that you need to learn a new sexual technique, therefore you're going to class, and that there's actually people that are going to teach that you're doing fine. You're doing fine. It's the same people, like if you believe in ghosts, aliens, or you need to go to pegging class. If any of those things are you're looking for Bigfoot, let's throw that one in there. I'm trying to think of other things that would fall into this.
The Yeti?
Yeah, the Yeti. If you're searching New York pizza parlors for pedophile rings in basements, if any of those things are on a weekly or day-to-day or even bi-monthly sort of in your schedule, your life is... You have too much free time and your life isn't nearly hard enough, because those are all activities that you get to do when everything else in your life is taken care of. There's a great book called Comfort Crisis. Look into it. Life's become too easy, because when you start branching out into these things, that means life has become too easy and you have to find things to occupy your worthless time.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know where the club's going next, but I do also have a potential sea lion attack, if that's any better for you than the other things that we have going on.
No, my gal comes home from vacation of honey, I signed us up for a class.
Wait a second, what kind?
It'll be fun for both of us. Isn't this what Cosmo was preaching in the 70s?
I don't know. We did ballroom.
Is this new?
We did ballroom dancing once. I got her ballroom dancing classes for our anniversary. Could this be
nice.
Could this be any? Remember when we did ballroom?
This is more of a present for you.
Remember when we did ballroom dancing and how much you enjoyed that? Well,
I got another idea, honey.
We got another one.
Here's Ortner with the SportsCenter update.
Now from the fan.
Salesman? Well, believe me, I could talk anybody into anything, except women into sex. That's the only thing I can't do.
On 1080, The Fan.
Can I get a hot tub?
Well, maybe the most compelling news of the club so far, there's a baseball bat stuck in the netting at Wrigley.
Yeah, someone. Who's that for the Phillies? Is that? I don't know. That's Sosa? His last name's Sosa?
Don't know. Well, I don't think it's Sammy, but I don't know him.
No, I'm pretty sure. Well, if it's Sammy Sosa, he's now a white cowboy vampire. I don't know. Someone, from the Phillies took a swing. The bat came out, and it's stuck way up high in the net down the third baseline, and they can't get it out.
So they're like, well, we'll try later, I guess.
I mean, it's up there. I mean, that thing's got to be, 30, 40 feet up?
I feel like I've seen it in other stadiums where they'll throw, like, not a lasso, but like a rope up there that can kind of hook it. And
Dude,
I mean, you'd think that they have a ladder in the stadium, right?
That thing is wedged in. What are you going to... Who has a 40-foot ladder?
A baseball stadium, probably. Yeah. I mean, at least I would think.
There's some kids shaking that, trying to get it down, because if the bat falls, the bat is 3/4 the way through the net.
Yeah.
So if it falls, it'll fall into the crowd side, and those kids got themselves a sweet souvenir.
Yeah.
But
and maybe a lawsuit as well. Free tickets. Who knows?
They can't shake it free.
Text line is in. Steed Creamroper is a huge fan of pegging and definitely doesn't need a class to show him the ins and outs.
No, he does not. It's the way that it's how he gets down.
I'll try to abandon that topic and maybe even pivot from our other topics. I have a new...
I want to learn more about classes they offer at the Y.
I have a new list of topics to choose from, including what a lip reader revealed from an exchange between Julia Roberts and Travis Kelce.
Why is Julia Roberts talking to Travis
Great
Kelce?
question, and I promise it is not what you think it is, but why men are raw dogging it on flights in this new weird travel trend.
Oh, I did see this one. There's a whole Seinfeld episode about this.
Yeah, there sure is. David Putty.
Yeah.
Let's go there. So this
Find
is
something remotely wholesome about this godforsaken program. Oh my God, I just saw... Look at this, what this dude just did. Sorry, I'm getting distracted because the stupid
flying objects.
The stupid X Games is on, and I could care less about the X Games, but every now and then...
They do something that you go, holy S.
Dude, so this jackass, he went off the ramp.
On a BMX bike.
On a BMX bike. And then he...
Looks like a double forward flip.
But here's the thing. He let go of the bike. He was not touching the bike. He threw the bike, and the bike did two...
The bike flipped on its own, and he was flipping separately.
Yes. That may be the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
It was pretty rad.
He did two front flips with the bike on its own, while front flipping, grabbed onto the bike after the bike had completed the two flips, then did another flip, and landed it. I'm sorry, that's insane. I don't care about your sport. I find it silly. I don't know how many times you had to break something before you figured out you could do that. But in that one moment, that was really impressive, whoever the hell you were. A nice puka shell necklace. But continue with what we were saying. I got distracted.
Raw dogging? You want to get back to raw dogging?
Let's get back to raw dogging.
We're talking about a flight trend going on across the country where apparently people, mostly men, are... I guess voluntarily making themselves suffer through flights. This means that they are sitting in their seat, staring straight ahead, either at the map that is provided on the screen, but not watching...
No Netflix, no nothing.
It says no music, no streaming, no snacking, no sleep.
No.
So basically, you are looking straight forward for the duration of your flight.
That's
the new trend.
There was a whole episode of Seinfeld about this where they're on like a flight from Paris, and Elaine's boyfriend is just staring straight ahead, and Elaine's like, are you going to take a nap? And he's like, no. You going to like read a book?
It's psycho behavior.
No, and she's like, you're just going to stare straight ahead blankly. He's like, that's right. And she's like, that's it, we're breaking up. And yes, that is psycho behavior. And why exactly are people doing this? Because this, again, seems like something very stupid that
I mean,
I Gen Zers have come up with because it makes them feel different.
I mean, I would guess that there may be an element to it, and I haven't seen anyone say that this is the case, where it's just... Like, it's like a mental reset where you are unplugging from everything and you're just kind of trying to live in the purgatory of the tube that you're in for the next few hours. But I don't really get the benefit of not trying to sleep, of not trying to listen to some music. Like, and for what? Some, like, social badge of honor? Or I mean, I don't get... You're not going to go brag to your friends about it, are you?
Yeah, they do.
You 100%.
They 100%
Why?
do, and they measure who can do it the longest, and these guys are idiots.
Apparently, a TikToker named Woodini, who has 13.2 million viewers, bragged about raw dogging his 7-hour flight, personal best.
There you go. Again,
That guy sucks.
No headphones, no movie,
What's
no
his
water,
name?
nothing. Woodini, Wudini.
Of course it is.
He sucks.
I'm guessing that whenever you sit next to Woodini,
He said the power of his mind knows no bounds.
yeah, the first thing out of his mouth is going to be that he is going to sit there the entire flight. And
He's wearing an Ed Hardy hat
I
with camo bill.
I hate everything about. I know nothing about Woodini, but I promise you that I would not get along with him in any shape or form.
Someone else on TikTok says new personal best, 11 hours raw dogging this flight map. The best part to me is that people think it's a flex.
So it's a flex to
Other raw doggers?
to just stare blankly. That's a skill, is to sit and be bored for 7 hours while doing nothing.
This dude in a little hipster knit beanie said just raw dog it 15-hour flight to LA, no music, no movies, just flight map, new personal record.
And yet you felt the need to tell everyone about it.
That was a musician from Australia.
Yeah,
That guy sucks too.
yeah, I just can't think of anything much worse than to just sit and blankly stare for no reason and refuse to sleep. You just,
Just watch Netflix. It makes it go by so much faster.
no, man, gotta, and I love how they're calling it raw dog. I gotta raw dog it, and then tell everyone. I'm not going to use any electronics, but as soon as I get off the plane,
I'm gonna tell everybody with all my electronics.
Everyone that I did it.
Well, no, he takes a video. That's the other thing. He takes a video of himself doing it.
Yeah, that makes complete and total sense.
Text line getting upset at you calling the X Gamers jackasses because they're awesome.
Look, for the record, I just said that I was impressed. 100%. Everything they're doing is insane. What I said is I shouldn't have called them. I just don't care about your sport.
Right.
In no way. I don't understand it. I don't want to understand it. I don't get why you do it. But you probably can say the same thing about American football. So I apologize for calling them jackasses. But let's be honest. A lot of pro skaters and BMX dudes, dude, they're jackasses. It's like the broiest of the bros. What they're doing is extremely skilled and terrifying, and I'm blown away by all of it. But the only reason I'm watching it is because it just happened to be on my TV. So I kind of apologize, but at the same time, I still believe what I said.
I think the text line has it right. Suk says, X Games hard pass X rated games. Color me intrigued.
This son of a bitch. Holy cow. And jackass can be a term of endearment.
Yeah.
I call Will a jackass. And
Every day.
Yeah, Will's, it's a loving term. You know, again, it's a very bro-y thing. There's nothing wrong with that.
We'll try to find out why Julia Roberts was even talking to Travis Kelce in the first place and what a lip reader was able to tell us about that interaction as we wrap it up next on The Fan.
The Fan.
Can I get a hot tub?
All right, well, as we wrap things up here, I have found internet video that has, I guess, gained or garnered some controversy. It includes Travis Kelce on tour with his girlfriend, Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift, El Travidor.
And apparently at her show in London, Julia Roberts was in the VIP tent, and so was Travis.
Mm-hmm.
And some TikToker or somebody caught an interaction between them. And if you watch the interaction, Julia Roberts is getting kind of handsy with Travis Kelce. She's like giving him little like tickles and rubs on his chest and his ribs and stuff like that.
Taylor's not gonna like that.
And so people wanted to know, like, what the hell was going on there? Like, is something happening? Like, what are they saying? And I guess somebody who actually helps the hearing impaired with lip reading
I love when people do this.
Oh yeah, we got to go on the deep dive. And she said, allegedly, what she was able to read was that Roberts told Kelce, seemingly, I am so unusually happy for you guys, and I don't mean to make you nervous, but it makes me so happy.
Oh, well, that's
Which seems really nice.
That's lovely.
I don't get what the issue is with that. I think the issue is more with the physical behavior. Then Nikki Glazer, the comedian, and I think her mother commented on this on Instagram saying it was weird and creepy and gross. And so it became this whole thing where people were ripping Julia Roberts for her seemingly inappropriate conduct with Travis, which, I don't know, was a little bit odd, but not that bad.
Well, it sounds like she was saying she was happy for him.
She was just unusually happy for some reason that she couldn't figure out while she touched him.
Yeah, and, she just big football muscles, I guess. Maybe.
I will say that, people get very uncomfortable if you're touching someone else's significant other. I don't think that goes very well.
Leads to a fight every time.
It really shouldn't, but like here's what I never understood about bar bro guy. If some dude is touching your girl, and your girl isn't trying to stop him, why are you mad at the guy?
I have never understood that. I've never understood that.
I got that the opposite, but from a girl.
You what?
The girl was touching me, girlfriend mad, tried to fight girl.
Yeah, again, that at least makes but it's the same thing. Why wouldn't she be mad at you?
Oh, she got mad at me too.
Well, she should be mad at you.
Why? I did nothing wrong.
Again, if it's your significant other and they're getting touched and they're not like, please don't touch me, my girlfriend's not going to like this.
He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hugs.
You should be mad at the girl, or you should be mad at the significant other, not the girl.
I said, please don't.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
You know what the solution to that is?
Overserved.
Touch our penises more often.
Yeah, don't quite understand that one. It's like you catch your significant other cheating, you're like, I'm gonna beat his ass. Well, I guess you can't beat her, but she's the one you should be mad at. He's not cheating. Your girl is cheating. He's not cheating on anybody.
I wasn't cheating. She wouldn't leave me alone. She had me in the corner.
That's all the time we have for today. We will be off tomorrow. Have a wonderful 4th of July. Rob's supposed to be back on Friday. Me and Suk will be here. That's all for us. Primetime, 3 to 7, coming up Friday, 1080 The Fan.
Ships of space.